Chapter 501. The further I float down into the square-shaped hole, the more prominent the upward flow of qi becomes. The temperature grows slowly as I continue to fall hundreds of meters underground, watching the ladder fly by on my right side, and begin seeing a faint white glow beneath me. The black stone that makes up the walls begin to change in composition, shifting from just regular dark stone to the same jet black material the monastery in the Platinum District is made of. I allow a finger to touch the stone to my left as I float further down, and my system flickers as my touch glosses over layers of the mana-negating stone. The interesting thing I find when I do this is, my soul energy is not negated at all. Even though it is technically half-part mana, the fusion of this energy with qi has created a new source of power that is not negated by the black stone. As I fall further down, the mana-negating material grows more and more abundant until nearly 100% of the rock surrounding me consists of this stone. My feet gently hit the bottom of the incredibly long shaft, to the point where I can't even see the surface. My body is flooded with dense qi. Nearly 20x as dense as the qi inside the monastery, but still nowhere near the levels that the qi density reached inside the isolation pods when we saturated and destroyed them to push their limits. Still, as I take a step forward, I can feel immense amounts of qi flow through me. It feels as if just standing in here could fill my core up to full in a few hours with minimal effort if it were empty. The steel ladder stops right at the ground level where my feet have landed, and the thin shaft has opened up to a medium-sized cave opening. There are jagged black rocks on the walls, floor, and ceiling, but the faint white glow that fills the cave makes my vision extra clear. There are small areas where white flowers grow inside the rocks, and as I walk forward and turn the first corner in this cave, I see the source of all this qi. Dozens of long white crystals emerge from the black rock. More and more of the delicate white flowers grow near these gems, and as I use my soul energy to stare deep into the crystal stones, I can sense thousands of qi pills worth of energy inside each one. They each slowly disperse warm energy into the air at a constant rate, but for some reason, it feels as if the source of this energy is not dwindling, even though the rate at which they let the stored energy flows out is rather extreme. I take steps closer to the nearest cluster of crystals, and at the same time, sense my teammates floating down to follow me. I stare at the crystals in wonder, waving my hands around in the air to push the densest form of energy around that comes directly off the crystals, even bringing my fingers close enough to the point where I'm about to touch one of the white treasures. Monk's voice rings out and his head pops around the corner before I do. Wait, just wait. Do you know what you're about to do? I pause and pull my hand back, turning to him as Ember follows behind him, and the sound of the others falling down the narrow hole sound in my ear. No, I guess not. I don't know exactly what these are, but I can make a good guess. Monk nods while walking over, and based on his tone and expression, touching the crystals isn't a good idea. I feel no danger coming off of them. If anything, it feels like I'd be able to absorb its power even faster. However, listening to whatever he has to say will most likely be a better move. These are qi fragments, the leftover energy source of the originators. Once fragments are touched by human hands like ours, the eternal flow of power will cease. He turns his head to the back of the cave and points to a portion of the wall where about 6 clear crystals jut out from the stone. They look just like worthless glass, and don't have any more power coming out from them. That is what happens when a fragment is drained by a selfish and impatient entity. My guess is those ruined fragments are the product of the Dark One's greed. His gaze turns to the other 30+ fragments of still glowing crystals and smiles with a glow in his eyes. If left untouched, it is said that one can gather the qi radiation for an eternity. Its power is limitless if left in its natural resting place. We have 2 medium-sized crystals beneath the monastery. We have been using its power for decades without their supplies wavering at all. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Ember walks over to join the conversation. It's true. Disrupting a fragment will expel all of its energy at once. It would not be of any use to us now. Leaving them in their natural state and cultivating or capturing their excess energy would be a far more productive method. I look around the open cave area as my other teammates all arrive, and Monk re-explains his points to them so they don't accidentally touch anything they shouldn't. I take a stroll around and come to a conclusion. Good. This area needs to be well guarded. It will only be accessed by us for closed-door cultivation as needed, as well as chi pill manufacturing. I turn to Monk. Considering there are far over 10x the amount of crystals here as there are in your fortress, does this mean you'll be able to secure 10x as much usable chi without diminishing the source? He nods. That is exactly right. I cross my arms and smile while breathing in even more of the dense chi in the air. Perfect. Everyone else does the same, taking in the beautiful sight and letting the natural chi flow through our bodies with its calming aftereffects. The cave area isn't too large, so it's easy to search every bit of it and locate all of the crystals and log their locations before we leave. The way back up is a bit faster because we just use soul energy and chi to push ourselves up, rather than limiting the fall speed on the way down. Once we're all back in the lobby, Lith is still mesmerized by the control box at the back of the room. I speak as I come back up and he turns. All right, we have a new plan here. There's no question about it. I need that control box moved to the Galeheart Tower, and this building needs to be renovated and double mana-shielded to give no one access other than the people in this room here. There are delicate resources down there that need to be dealt with by the correct parties. I don't want any of your men inside there either. No one enters this building but us. That's a very serious order. Lith nods and I continue. The other two towers, I do not care what happens to them. Strip them down from top to bottom to reuse the shielding, build more Galeheart infrastructure in them, do whatever you want. However, this tower is all mine. As everyone comes up from below, he feels the seriousness of the matter instantly and replies, "Of course. The shielding on those two buildings is worth a fortune. We'll make sure to secure this building to your liking and give you the only key inside. We can even make some of the floors above this one more presentable and accessible. Consider it your private fortress in Valor City." I give a thumbs up while using earth magic bonded with red soul energy to cover the square opening in the center of the building, then respond. Perfect. Some extra renovations would be excellent, but no one is allowed in this lobby during construction unless you're watching to make sure no one tinkers with this sealed-off underground path. He nods. Understood. Great. My business here today is done. I'll be getting started on those 6 large foreign trade deal orders now. This was a very productive visit. We all walk outside, and I continue seeing Litha's men start their jobs as instructed, transporting people from the second tower and start sorting loot from the first tower, then soon after begin dismantling the emptied-out towers for their raw mana-shielding materials. Their teamwork and professionalism is impressive. Lith has been building this team for many years, but it is still something I aspire to turn my workforce back in Sector 2 into soon. We make it back to the Galeheart Tower and give our goodbyes again before using the elevator down to the Red Ogre Dungeon and using my Dungeon Walker skill to make it back to the Canyon of Dungeons. As we're making it back to the town, Maria speaks up. We need to get one of those teleport platforms like Lith has. It'll be a lot easier to get around, and to have guests without you having to be our personal chauffeur. I laugh a bit and reply, totally agree. I'm gonna get these trade deals sorted today, and hopefully get our transportation problem fixed too. Soon, we'll be able to travel anywhere in the world and have transport crystals to come right back here. I'll consult the person that knows how to get it done tonight. Everyone overhears this conversation and is excited for this change. We make it back and go our separate ways for the day. Lydia and Fisher meet up with the army recruits and enjoy the rest of the day off together. One of my doubles stays with them, and I plan to start their new training regime tomorrow. Monk goes back to check on his master. Abby and Maria set off to explore the town a bit and take the night off. Ari speaks before he turns away from the group to meet up with Luna, who has been looking over the town while we were gone. I hope to set out with Luna tomorrow to Sector 4. We want to begin our investigation into the abyss to find what happened to the lost remains of our village. I give him a handshake and a grin. Of course, thank you for waiting. Your help in the war was needed. I'll give you two a ride first thing in the morning if that's where you wish to go. I hope you find what you're looking for. He shakes my hand back. Then him and Luna go off to enjoy their night as well. I'm left standing with Ember as we walk toward the construction team workers finishing up building a new street of small empty shops on the opposite side of town. I relay my goals of creating even more housing, roads to nearby smaller villages all over Sector 2 and nearby sectors to expand trade, a reconstruction of the Center Guild Hall in the city to make it more presentable and professional, and even a small prison system to reform people like the 21 workers that have been slaving away under the spell of a suggestion elixir. I'd like for them to pay for their wrongdoings and come out as regular citizens after they've faced their time rather than being branded as bad forever. This will be an important function of society once more people come to live here. No one is perfect, there will be people that make mistakes, but there will always be consequences equal to those mistakes in the form of punishments as well. After this brief explanation of the town's future, he agrees to come up with an even larger order of materials by tomorrow to fulfill for him as soon as possible for expansion. Ember and I float back over to the Canyon of Dungeons as the sun starts to set for the day. I use my concealment skill and items to change my appearance, then we dungeon walk to the Black Market Dungeon Hub beneath Vice City. With an item storage full of multination trade deal papers, and 6 fragments of luminite ready to be used in a series of rare crafts, Ember and I walk toward the entrance of Bree's workshop. Chapter 502. Once we approach the entrance underground, I'm happy to see 3 large men standing outside the heavy metal door that leads to the underside of her workshop. After a quick inspection and appraisal, I can see all of them are between level 300 and 400. This is nearing elite levels, and is surely the top of the line security one can get in a place like this. There's no way any common thieves, or even professionals who have surpassed C-class could infiltrate this security without causing quite the commotion. I use my telepathy skill to send a message to Bree, 3 floors above me to let her know I'm here, but step up to the security guards in the same instant to test them and see if they'll do their jobs. Ember and I stand before them with 0 detectable mana radiating off of our bodies, and I speak up. I have a meeting with Bree. I'd appreciate it if you'd let us pass. Using my conceal skill, mixed with the hidden attributes of my cloak, and new silver essence of infinite regeneration, I have it shape-shift into a perfect replica of a D-Class Association Hunter's ID with a picture of the face that I'm using to conceal myself right now. There's my ID, you can see I'm just a normal hunter. I have some rare items farmed from the new dungeons out in the forest. I point to Ember and smile. My partner here is unregistered, but you can just consider him my security. We work as a team here. The guard takes a step forward and snatches the ID out of my hand while the other 2 guards step in front of the large locked door. He eyes us up and down, then looks over the card before shoving it back in my face. Move along. I don't really care what you have to sell. You're not in Ms. Brianna's meeting schedule today. I suggest you don't show your face around here again, unless you have official business. I smile inwardly as I take the ID back. They're certainly up to par with my initial expectations, but I want to try one more thing before Bree gets all the way downstairs to stop my fun. I pull out a handful of gold coins in one hand, and an earth element stone farmed from the 38th floor of the labyrinth in my other, creating mana shielding around it to make sure the excess earth magic flying off of it isn't too extreme. Come on here, just a small token of my appreciation to let me pass. I want to sell this stone to your boss. There's no one else in the city that will give me a better price. His eyes widen for a moment at the sheer amount of gold in my hand and the rarity of the stone I'm holding, but his iron will doesn't budge. He replies as the door behind him opens. It's still a no. There will be no customers allowed inside unless they are on Ms. Brianna's invite list. This is not negotiable. A familiar voice calls from behind them as Bree stares past the 3 guards straight at me with an amused look on her face. Let them through, boys. I can fit them in before my important meeting tonight. These 2 were just testing you. You passed. She sighs and the 3 guards move aside with confusion while Ember and I walk through them. I put the earth stone back in my pocket, which leads to my item storage, and flick 3 gold coins in the air behind me before placing the rest back in my storage too. They land in the hands of the guards as the door closes behind us. Bree gives them a nod and turns with a smile. Keep up the good work. The door shuts and we start walking upstairs to her office. I allow my appearance to shift back to its normal undisguised state as we do. Nice to see you again so soon, Bree. This is Ember. We'll be working together from now on. Bree turns to both of us, then shakes Ember's hand, trying to get a read on him as we walk up to the top floor. I don't know what is more intriguing. The fact that I can't sense even a drop of power coming off you even when you're using your magic, or this mysterious new friend you've brought to see me with the same energy readings. What happened while you were away? We make it up to her office and I put up a hush barrier while she illuminates the room. Well, quite a lot actually, but I'll keep the summary short. We defeated the leader of Sector 1 and are actively expanding to take over the Dark Continent. I surpassed level 2000, and on top of that, secured 6 guaranteed trade deals with down payments that I need fulfilled in the next 30 days. I reach into my item storage and pull out the stack of papers to place it down on her desk. Next to those papers, I give a list of all the available dungeons we have access to in the canyon in Sector 2 with their loot drops labeled next to them. Her eyes turn to the papers and she walks around her desk to sit down and sift through them while Ember and I make ourselves comfortable on the soft seating arrangements in the room. Well, it seems you really have managed to get a lot done. Straight to business it is like usual. We'll have to make things quick here. Like I said when you arrived, I really do have an important meeting I can't miss coming up tonight. Bree doesn't say a word after that, flipping through the pages for almost a full minute in silence, writing things down on another paper next to the order forms, then hands me back a list of all of the item drops necessary from each dungeon down to the exact quality necessary. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. We can do it. The dungeons on this list can be farmed to craft exactly what you need. If you start getting us these materials by the end of this week, 21 days will be a tight schedule, but we can get it done. I'll be paying my craftsmen the normal going rate, and I place 22 platinum bars and 50 gold coins down on her desk. Pay your workers whatever will keep them happy and working fast. Use the rest to reinforce your security even further and hire more workers out. Another workshop with extra space for expansion here might be worthwhile. I can only imagine these orders getting larger over time. Bree stares at the bars of precious metal on her desk and nods. That will be more than enough. She writes down more notes on papers as I think to myself. The money I've placed on her desk is half of the down payment I received from my orders. While I could easily pay Bree 10% of this amount and she'd be able to pay her workers handsomely already, I believe investing in her business-savvy mind and expansion of size and speed of production in the future will be very valuable. I plan on using the other half of the 25% down payment from the orders to put up bids for the exact amount of resources needed back in the guild hall in Sector 2. I'll price it out perfectly so that hunters can get paid for farming materials in the dungeons based on how high the demand for the items I need are, and it will quickly fuel more growth in the economy. I may be able to farm everything myself using my body doubles in just a few days, but building up trust with more people in the town, and building out a system that can grow more in the future is more essential to me than pure profit and saving time at the moment. Even when it's all said and done, the payout for the remaining 75% of the goods, 135 platinum, will be my profit cut. Paying my new workers and citizens well to get the ball rolling is a perfect plan. Considering this, I'm happy with these results and take the list of raw materials she needs with a smile. I'll have item boxes full of these goods being sent over to you on a daily basis starting very soon. Placing the item list into my inventory, and allowing Bree to keep the copies of the orders that must be fulfilled, she places them in her desk with the piles of money large enough to build and pay for labor in 10 workshops just like this one right now if she needed. I speak again. Now, I'd like to come up with a solution to our communication and transportation issue as well. Do you have a containment case that I could place some items in? I have a few raw materials I want to show you. They're pretty volatile and delicate, making it hard to show you what I have out in the open without ruining the product. They're very small, so a mini containment case is fine. It just needs to be able to contain A-grade items. Bree nods, sifting through her desk and pulling out a small cylindrical jar that looks like it is completely glass other than the silver top and bottom. It hums loudly like mana shielding, but gives off energy readings like an item box once she hands it over to me. It interprets my intentions like an extension of myself once I touch it and imbue it with a tiny bit of mana. The top slides open, and I place a palm on top to open a spatial magic portal and allow a single fragment of luminite to fall out. The instant it does, I close the silver top and hear a clink as it hits the bottom of the cylindrical containment contraption. I stare at it for a moment, picturing the crystals disintegrating into thin air every time they were left out in the open desert when I farmed them. However, this one fragment doesn't change at all. It just sits in the containment jar and glows bright white. With a grin, I place my hand over it again and release the other 5 fragments into the containment artifact. Some of them break apart into smaller pieces before the silver top closes, and others were already starting to shatter from falling through the air when I first caught them back in Sector 2. Once the silver top closes, 6 collapsed dungeons worth of material sit inside, glowing white and sparkling inside in suspended animation, lighting up an empty portion of Bree's desk. Once I set it down in front of her, she whispers to herself, "Luminite, you actually managed to find some." There's a moment of silence. "You want to make your own teleport platform, don't you?" She looks up to me and the bright stone reflects off her eyes to make them sparkle even more as I reply, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do." Bree picks up the containment case and looks closer at them, nodding her head and standing up to begin pacing around the room with excitement. "I've contemplated many ways to make this work if the time ever came. I think with the amount you have here, there will be enough to make a single craft. We're going to need to construct a base platform first to imbue the materials. Then, we'll need a few million MP worth of mana crystals to support the energy needed as a catalyst for the craft." She walks over to a small arrangement of artifacts on her back wall and turns a dagger 180 degrees. It clicks and a compartment in the wall opens up to reveal a small bookcase with less than a dozen old books inside it. She takes one out, and the wall converts back to its original state while the dagger clicks back into place in the display. She opens the book to a page that displays a very detailed drawing of the craft with messages sketched out that look just like my mythic-grade craftsmanship interface. It is written in ink, making it clear that there is not another exact copy of this anywhere. Whoever made this book definitely had the same skill that I do, and the way to merge all of these items together becomes clear. As the book and Luminite is placed on a coffee table in the center of the room with all 3 of us staring at it, Ember speaks up for the first time while eyeing the book. "There is one small problem you may want to consider before beginning the craft. Teleportation magic like this works differently than a skill or ability on one's status. It performs more like a dungeon would." He points to a line in the book and keeps explaining. "This kind of teleportation magic always comes back to a certain place on a map, not an object or living being. The platform we'll create is what stabilizes the Luminite and mana input, but once the transport location is set, it won't be moved no matter where you position the physical platform. You're basically creating a geolocked dungeon respawn point, like when you kill a boss in a dungeon, you're always sent back to the same place." We all flip through the few pages that outline this craft in further detail, and Ember is completely right. I speak up. "Well, in that case, let's take a trip to Sector 2. I know just the place to make this craft." I close the book while Ember sits back. Bree looks hesitant for the first time at my words. Then her gaze shifts to a clock on the opposite wall. She walks over to her desk again before replying. "Well, I'd love to come, but I have an important checkup meeting." She gulps. "It's with the association. I can't miss this." I remember back to when we first arrived and she said she had an important meeting right after ours. The fact that it is with the association and her change in demeanor make me want to question her intentions, but I'm hit with a wave of telepathy from Ember before I speak up to ask. She's telling the truth. A very powerful association worker is on their way here now. He moves his gaze in the direction that he senses this person. I push my enemy detection skill outward to see what he's talking about, scanning the streets until I find the match about a full kilometer away, walking through the lower-income housing toward our exact location. Her words begin to make much more sense. A familiar A-ranked hunter at LV.1391, with a series of confusing readings on his status rush into my mind's eye. I look Bree in the eyes and ask her a question. "You're meeting later today? Is it with your brother?" Chapter 503. "It is. Why? Is he here?" Bree looks around the room in a startled manner, spreading out her aura, but it doesn't reach as far as mine, so I reply by pointing at the wall nearest to the street. Not yet, we still have a few minutes before he arrives. Why is this such a big deal? I've seen him meet with you here before, and it wasn't an issue to have me in the room. She replies, this isn't just a casual sibling meetup. Rodrigo is coming to do the association's monthly log checkup. I advise you leave right now if you'd like to remain dead in their eyes. He'll be bringing a recording device with him. This meeting is meant to be unannounced, but he gives me a heads up when the dates get closer. I open a spatial magic portal in response, letting the Luminite in containment and book outlining its intended use into my item storage while standing to my feet. In that case, I hope you don't mind if I borrow this. She nods and turns to her desk to begin organizing things and making sure no evidence of us meeting is left behind. I continue to scan the A-rank hunter walking our way and decide to examine the odd readings on his status again, while I still have an opportunity to look at them. The first thing I check are his skills. If I remember correctly, he had light magic just like Bree, as well as a unique skill. Respawn, combat magic, advanced light summoning. At his level, he definitely has enough PP to upgrade these skills, but hasn't had the chance to do so, it seems. There are miscellaneous 100 to 200% stat boosting items on him, and a large blue diamond-shaped recording crystal just like the ones Lith gave me floats around him in a slow-moving circle as he walks through the streets. At the bottom of his active item readings, I see that he still is bonded with 4 demon cores just like I remember. However, when looking at their readings, one looks a bit out of place. Archdemons Core plus 150% all stats. Greater Demons Core plus 50% all stats. Greater Demons Core plus 50% all stats. Greater Demons Core plus 50% all stats. His Archdemon's Core feels slightly more dense than my own, and the stat reading on it reads like it's been combined with a Greater Demon's Core. There is no better explanation for its additional 50% stat buff and increased density. This would be the most intriguing reading if I didn't catch his buff sheet too. Hand of the Illusionist. Ultimate attack form of the Light Warrior. The Sun God's Curse Mark. His first 2 buffs look like interesting ranked-up buffs granted for reaching level 500 and 1000, but the third buff on his status looks very familiar. My eyes widen while reading it, so much so that I walk closer to the wall nearest to the street and expand my perception's range further to get a perfect visual of him, and my suspicions come true. As the A-rank hunter walks through the streets, an invisible golden collar rests around his neck. It looks just like the collar I saw around the Lightning Wolf on the 40th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. His strength readings seem similar too. Rodrigo doesn't have any chi or soul energy inside his body, but looks as if he's able to manipulate this golden energy with this buff. The Sun God's Curse Mark. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. So many connections and theories begin to fly around in my mind, but I calmly take a deep breath and step back toward the couches and speak up. Actually, I think we'll stay and watch this meeting of yours. I turn to Ember and share my stealth skill with him, and we both disappear into thin air for a few seconds and reappear on the far side of the room, leaning against the wall. You won't even know we're here. I just want to know what the association is up to these days. It's nothing personal. Bree lets out a sigh and sits down at her desk, letting the room fall dark to its natural state that she leaves it in before visitors arrive, then replies. I sense his presence getting closer now too. Do as you wish. There may be a point in our meeting where the surveillance is cut. Would you like to meet him again for old time's sake? I'm sure Rodrigo will keep another secret for me. I pause, thinking about this question for a moment before answering, but eventually do. Yes, I'd like to have a word with him. Give me a signal once it's safe to appear unmonitored. I'll decide then if I feel it is worth showing my face. She nods and I smile. Ember and I disappear using stealth to watch from a back wall as another 2 minutes pass and footsteps start to echo up the stairs. A man with olive skin just like Breeze, white eyes like a demon, dark hair, and the graceful walk of a dancer walks forward through the room. A bright golden soul energy collar shines with intense light only visible to those with chi senses. White light magic shines off both his and Bree's body in unison as the room lights up. A faint blue glow illuminates from the recording crystal that circles around him and takes a moving picture and audio of everything in the room. I can see its mana radiation seeping through everything in a 10-meter radius, but it's clear that this is just a high C-grade, possibly low B-grade item. There's no possible way it can detect me and Ember where we stand. Rodrigo takes a seat and speaks up. Good to see you again, Bree. I'm here for our monthly check-in. He pulls a list out from an item box on his waist and begins to ask a series of questions in a robotic manner, not even waiting for his sister's response to his greeting. The questions range from how her normal business is going, to if there are any reports of association members that have tried to contact her or any partners in the black market, and wanting an update on a special order for one of the association's events in another region coming up in a few days. Rodrigo expands on that final point. I picked up the goods in the lobby on my way up. The higher-ups thank you for the prompt response after the disappearance of the Sector 2 leader. However, this past week the Vice Region has made contact with another source that is said to produce just as much as the previous trade boss out there in the Dark Continent. If all goes well on that deal, I believe the Apex region will jump on next month's orders. That still doesn't give us enough time to prepare for the 8 nations coming together for the annual B-class exams. We're going to need some help from a few trusted freelance craftsman contractors like yourself. Rodrigo hands a few more papers over to Bree and explains the terms, and basically doesn't allow her to say no. It's good money. 300 gold for a few weeks of work. That comes from the higher-ups, so I need a verbal confirmation you can get it done. Bree reluctantly nods and takes the papers. It's fine. I can get it done. Rodrigo continues asking her generic questions from the list in his hand, and by the end of it, they both look tired and saddened by the situation they're both in. I still don't know all the details of their arrangement, but from what I can assume just looking at this situation, one of the higher-ups has a tight soul energy leash around Rodrigo's neck and is using this as blackmail to keep everyone in line. Someone capable of controlling an A-rank hunter like this, but also has roots so deep that monsters in the Vice City Labyrinth are even inflicted by its curse mark must have immense power. This is a meticulous person. There is much more to this than I can see on the surface. Even the Vice Region's director, Brutus, doesn't seem to be the true leader pulling the strings to all of this. He wears a golden ring with similar soul energy to Rodrigo's collar, but they are both just pawns in someone else's game. I'm sure there are missing pieces to this puzzle that I have yet to see. I stand in full stealth mode observing the rest of the conversation, trying to pick apart any extra details he will drop, and wait for Bree's signal or get a visual that the surveillance has ended, but the time doesn't come. The interrogation continues until the sun goes down, and Rodrigo points to the blue glowing gem that slowly spins around him. Oh, now would you look at the time. The recording space is almost up. I need to get this meeting file back to headquarters as soon as possible. He stands up from his seat and shakes Bree's hand. She replies in an artificially happy tone. Of course. It's always nice to see you, brother. You too, sister. I'll see you next month. They smile and the A-rank hunter turns to leave, while the blue gem that spins around him loses altitude and stops glowing as bright with mana as before. As soon as he makes it to the stairs, the gem falls into his palm and stops emitting waves of mana. He grins and places the crystal into the item box, then turns around to let out a long sigh that turns into a groan of distaste. His face relaxes and he speaks. About damn time. I swear they keep making those recordings longer and longer. Finally, we can talk without my boss looking over my shoulder after every word. He sprawls out on the couches in the middle of the room, and I see Bree lighten up a lot too. All right, anything goes now. No more wires, we can say whatever we want for about 30 minutes before I need to actually get going back. Bree's serious business expression fades, and that of a concerned and compassionate older sister comes over her as she stands from her desk. She walks over to sit down next to him and he speaks up again while she gets comfortable. You got a lot stronger since the last time I was here. Did you finally find a way to rank up as well? I heard Brutus has the labyrinth on lockdown recently. Only elites and B-class are allowed to enter these days. She smiles back. Yes, I managed to rank up. And well, maybe you'd be interested in meeting the one that helped me do it. Her gaze turns to the back wall where Ember and I disappeared before, and I take this as a cue to finally make my presence known. Chapter 504. We both reappear from the back wall, and I take a few steps forward before Rodrigo turns his head to lock eyes with me. He doesn't say a word as I walk closer and expand my hush barrier throughout the room to make sure only the ears inside can listen. His expression is one of confusion. I've changed quite a lot since the last time we met, both physically and mentally. In his eyes, I may have just been a passerby, another random client of his sister's who happened to also be an association hunter that died in a dangerous mission to the Dark Continent a while back. There's a very low chance he'd even remember who I am if I still looked and gave off the same energy readings as I did the last time we met. Despite this, his eyes widen once I get close enough. It's you. Was it Jay, right? One of this year's new elites. I was told you died. You're that hunter that collapsed the labyrinth under my nose during the last C-class exams. I never did get a replacement core for that. He eyes me with a stern glare, and I can't help but let out a chuckle if that's all he remembers me for. It seems like a lifetime ago that happened, but I guess to him it hasn't been quite as long. I reply, yes, it's me. As I reply, I can't help looking at the bright golden collar around his neck, watching the soul energy swirl around him at a constant rate and occasionally crackle. I put out a hand to shake his. I assume now that the recording devices are off, everything said in this room will be kept between us, right? I don't want the association knowing I still exist. He shifts his gaze to Bree, and she gives him a nod. He turns back to me and shakes my hand. Sure, it seems the secret of you being alive is connected to Bree somehow, so it's in my best interest not to say a word. He makes a twisting motion on his lips and throws away an imaginary key. I won't say a word. Green energy comes off his body only visible to my lie detector skill, telling me he's being truthful, but I still have one concern. What about your curse, Mark? Do I have to worry about this so-called sun god learning of my existence, even if you're trying to keep my presence unknown? He releases my hand from his grip, and I can hear his heart skip a beat, even though he keeps a calm outer demeanor. Rodrigo squints, then starts to scan me up and down. How do you even know about this? I feel his mana aura go right through both of us, but without soul energy, he won't be able to detect anything at all. He speaks up again and his hands start to glow white with light magic. Someone must have set you up to ask that question. How do you know about that? Tell me. Bree yells out, Rodrigo, stop it. These are my guests. I trust Jay. Please, answer any questions you can to help him. He pauses in place, but keeps his fists glowing, and rightfully so. No, the curse mark doesn't relay any messages or truths to its owner. It works like a sharp knife to the inflicted one's neck. Either the person wearing it obeys or they die. Your words are safe. Don't worry. I reply in a calm tone while both Ember and I sit down on a couch on the opposite side of the room. Good. That may not have been the right way to reintroduce myself back from the dead, but it's the only way I could think of breaking the ice. Let's just say, while I was said to be dead in the Dark Continent, I got around and learned quite a few things. I point to myself. I'm not the weak C-class hunter you used to know. If anything, you're the weak one now. I cross my arms and sit back, letting tendrils of dark red soul energy seep from my body. In a physically manifested form, the pure mana in soul energy like this can be sensed, but its true power isn't able to be registered unless one has the chi-based perception that I do. This is clear by Rodrigo's eyes tracking the energy and his aura getting far thicker to try to make sense of this red light. His expression shows that he doesn't believe me. Yeah, right. I know you somehow helped my sister rank up, but there's no way you managed to get stronger than me in a month. It's physically impossible. He chuckles to himself, thinking that my line about him being the weak one was a joke. I could release a pure mana-imbued aura to show him how strong I really am, but the fact that he thinks I'm still a weakling seems to be making him a lot more at ease and talkative. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. So, I decide to let him believe this and speak up again. I have a unique ability that can take that curse off your status. I believe you'll be free of that golden collar if you wish. I just want the name, location, and level of the sun god in return. Rodrigo watches the red energy float around me in a slow, swirling circle, and waits a few seconds to reply. Whatever this cursed energy is, it is similar to the kind I'm able to wield. However, it is impossible to stack up to the sun god's golden power. I've tried everything I can to get this curse off for years. Even millions of MP concentrated into singular attacks do not affect it at all. He sighs. Even if you really could take this curse off of me, Mr. Freeman is not a man I can easily escape from. No. He's not a man any mere mortal could dream to disobey. Ridding me of this curse mark will not set me free. It will only put a target on my back and everyone I've been in contact with. His gaze turns to Bree. At his words, I slowly begin to retract the red soul energy to think about what he said. The name sounds just like a man Lith warned me about the last time I mentioned the association to him. As the energy seeps back into my body, I reply, So then, Mr. Freeman, this is the man pulling all the strings? Who is he? Rodrigo doesn't reply for a few seconds. You really want to know? I nod, leaning in closer. Even knowing this information could put you in far more danger. Are you sure? I nod again. I'm already dead to them. They can't possibly want to kill me more. He sighs. Well, it's not really a secret. If you search through the old public records, a good amount of information can be found. Most people just don't know where to look. He is the oldest and most powerful registered A-class hunter across all 8 regions and throughout all 4 sectors. Mr. Freeman is the regional director of the Apex region. However, all 7 other directors fall in line to his demands. He is the unspoken leader of the association on this side of the world. My thoughts go racing for a moment as I try to conceptualize what Rodrigo is saying to me right now. So he calls all the shots? Does this mean your orders today to come out here and do monthly check-ins are his doing? Rodrigo nods. Of course. My main orders come from the Apex director, but I'm a bit of a special case. I report to all of the regional directors, actually. The Vice region is one of many stops. I report and clean up large dungeon breaks, manage labyrinth stability, and take care of a good amount of the C-class exam proctoring. If it were up to me, I'd be fighting monsters and getting stronger by any means necessary, but my free time is rather limited these days. I nod and ask another question in response. That means the regional directors get orders directly from him too? He nods again, and I think back to the time I saw Brutus for a split second after testing out that cursed element stone on a dungeon out in the forest. The directors don't have curse marks, though. They wear rings. Rodrigo nods again, smiling, and responds. This is true. You're very well informed. The 7 directors from the Vice, Bedrock, Talton, Viridian, Silka, Raya, and Phantom region are all gifted with rings that work just like Mr. Freeman's power. They're all capable of controlling the high-ranked hunters with the curse. I think for a moment longer before responding. Why doesn't he just give them curse marks too? Rodrigo laughs. He doesn't have to. Perception of power and freedom is everything in this world. The only way to get access to resources to become even close to as strong as the Apex region's leader would be to take the helping hand of the association. Those that have talent and are able to gain strength are branded with a curse. He points to himself, implying that he is one of those few. Those without any hope of ever gaining enough power on their own to overthrow his rule are given the opportunity to wield his power as a loyal servant. Rodrigo scoffs. None of the regional directors are even close to A rank. They are granted wealth and power by the association, and can be replaced at the snap of a finger by another power-leveled nobleman or businessman at any time. The corruption in this organization stems far deeper than anyone knows. He looks at me, then at Bree, then back to me with a sigh and a saddened stare. I appreciate the thought. You may have survived a few weeks on your own in the Dark Continent and think you've learned the secrets of the world, but I've thought of ways to free myself from this organization for many years. I'm one of the strongest registered hunters in the entire association. If anyone could manage a way out, it would be me. He lets out a sigh of defeat, but I respond. I think you still underestimate me. I may seem weak and naive to you still, but I assure you I would not run head first into a fight I don't believe I have any chance of winning. I pause for a moment. Is there any way you could get me to the Apex region? I just want to get a single glance at this man. It would be enough for me to know what I'm working with. Rodrigo laughs again. Impossible. The Apex Region's director only shows his face to A-rank hunters and other regional directors in board meetings. The public hasn't seen his face in decades. This is why his name has been forgotten in time. Only those that care to look through the old records or very influential business figures remember him from his contributions in the Great War. Rodrigo stops talking and looks up to the ceiling as if he's remembering something important, then continues. Well, actually, there is one way you could lay your eyes on him if you really wanted to. However, it's basically a death sentence. More green light flows off of him from my lie detector skill as I can tell every word he's speaking to me is the full truth. I grin and respond. Now we're getting somewhere. Where can I see this man for myself? He turns to look me in the eyes and responds. Well, a select few contestants that rank exceptionally on the B-class exams are put on an accelerated progression track. Kind of like the elites of the elites. Only a handful are chosen out of all of the applicants from all 8 regions every year. These members have the privilege, or rather, death sentence of training under Mr. Freeman himself to get the chance of becoming an A-rank hunter, or dying for the association while striving to become one of these chosen few. I turn to Ember and open a telepathy link. What do you think about Mr. Freeman? He said he was in the Great War. That was 50 years ago. You were alive then, right? Was there a sun god? Do you recognize this golden soul energy? Are we dealing with another divine beast? Ember turns to Rodrigo and looks at his neck for a moment, but shakes his head and responds to my question through our link. No, none of these names are familiar to me. There isn't even a guarantee that these two are the same person. This figure must have gone by something else back in that era. Its soul energy is not one of the divine beasts. However, it is familiar. There's a long pause, but Ember speaks again. If this is your next target, I believe we should assess this threat for ourselves. If this is really the only chance we have of organically meeting the figure in question, I say let's do it. I nod and smile inwardly. Then I turn to Rodrigo and reply, Great, it's about a month away, right? That should be enough time to prepare. I'd like to apply to become a B-class hunter. I'm sure you can fit in a few new last-minute applicants into this year's exam. Chapter 505. No way. Are you crazy? You want me to sign your death sentence? You already narrowly escaped it by a hair once. There's no point in going back to the association if you don't have to. He eyes me and Ember up and down. Plus, are you guys even ranked up? One of the requirements for entering that exam is hitting level 500. Based on the near non-existent mana readings I feel coming off you, I think you'd be killed off in the first combat round of the exams. He shakes his head with disapproval, but I reply with a shrug. I didn't ask if you thought I was strong enough. I just want you to get me into the exams. He looks at me again and hesitates before responding. No, there's still no way. Even if you have a death wish, don't drag me into it. They'd most definitely recognize you and see through any appraisal blocking items you own. The instant they realize who you are, and I'm the one who recommended you, my head is on the line here too. There will be multiple A-rank proctors. It's impossible. He stops mid-sentence as I use my conceal skill along with my cloak to change my outfit, face, and even allow a small aura of mana similar to that of a level 500 hunter to make the disguise even better. Nothing is impossible. His mouth is left open as his aura goes through me, trying to piece together what just happened and see through my disguise while Bree lets out a chuckle. She interjects. I can get them new hunter IDs this week. I'm sure there are a few C-Class Association workers that went missing over the last few weeks out in one of the other regions. It won't be too hard to borrow a few identities for the exams. Rodrigo nods and murmurs to himself. You're right. It's possible. He continues looking at Ember and me for a few seconds, sending wave after wave of mana through us, but his expression only gets more confused. What is this? I can't see through it. What kind of concealment item is this? It even suppressed your mana control before. He pauses, then shakes his head, snapping himself out of confusion. No way, it's still a no. Just because you've managed to block my eyes with some A-grade item doesn't mean you'll be able to fool all the proctors. He shakes his head again, and I believe him this time. It's true. I may be able to conceal myself from those at a lower level than me and those that do not use any chi-based power, but the holder of this sun god's curse mark will be able to see my true form. I'm almost sure of it. A telepathy link opens between Ember and me as I continue to ponder this point. Even more so than me, if he were to come to the exams with me, a dragon in human form would stick out far more than just a hunter with soul energy. He speaks through the link. If you're worried about our presence being seen by other soul energy users, I believe I am strong enough now to make an artifact capable of hiding us from those wandering eyes. However, it will take time. A lot of it. I raise an eyebrow, wondering what kind of artifact Ember has in mind that can block a soul energy user's perception. Will the month leading up to the exam be enough? I'm not sure, but if this is the only chance we have, I will make it work. I smirk and nod, cutting the link and speaking out loud again to Rodrigo. Fine. If you don't believe me, how about we spar? If I win, you'll get us a spot in the upcoming B-class exams. If I lose, we'll get out of your hair and stop causing you any trouble. He grins on the spot and starts to laugh out loud. Now we're talking. This is all it'll take to get you to give up on this? Deal. How about I take both of you on just to give you a fighting chance? If either one of you can manage to stay upright for a full minute while fighting me, I'll get you both into the exams. How about that? I smirk and stand to my feet, putting out a hand for him to shake. Let's do it right now. There's a dungeon right downstairs in the black market. He shakes my hand and turns his head to the clock on the wall. Sounds good to me. I have to get leaving soon anyway. Might as well show you what the true power of an A-ranked association hunter looks like before I go. All four of us stand from the couches and walk toward the spiral stairs, heading down into the black market to walk toward the small underground dungeon hub. To not be recognized, Bree hands out small concealment rings and we don't talk much on the way over. But the moment we hop into one of the less crowded lower-grade dungeons and find a flat, untouched area of grassland in the back of one of them, the rings come off. On our way through the dungeon, we agree to the terms of our fight. A 60-second sparring match. If either Ember or I are still standing by the end of it, we win. If anyone surrenders, the other party wins. Either party is allowed to use any gear or weapons they wish. Rodrigo decides not to use any, so Ember and I decide to hold off on weapons too, but I mention that I'll most likely be testing out a sword later in this battle. Bree stands far away on top of a steep hill to watch, holding a small digital stopwatch. The fight will begin once the first punch is thrown. Rodrigo faces off against myself and Ember, speaking up while placing his fists in front of him. Don't hold back. I want you to aim to kill. I have a unique skill that allows me to respawn in the exact same form and place I last slept twice per waking cycle. Not that you'll land a finger on me, but I thought I might as well let you know because I don't want you to limit yourselves. At these words, I do remember him sharing an item with a similar effect during the C-class exams. He gave out a charm for everyone to wear that allowed them to respawn after death with their body and memory intact. It is a very overpowered skill. With something like this, the fearlessness he has going into battle is exactly what an A-ranked fighter needs. No wonder he rose the ranks in the association so far, and it makes sense why someone would want a tight leash on him. However, just like all mana-based skills, if a hunter does not have access to the system, or their MP is too low, it cannot be activated. So, his offer to go all out would make sense for the perception of the weak hunter I'm showing him, but if I really went all out, it wouldn't end well, I'm sure of it. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Ember looks at me, and I shrug, putting my hands up and speaking to him through our link. Go easy and not just instantly send him back to his respawn. Let's win this, but at least do it by surviving the full minute to run some tests and see what kind of fighter he is. Ember laughs out loud, severing the link and putting his fists up too. I'll try my best. We both lunge forward and the clock in Bree's hand starts to count down from 60. Rodrigo runs forward too, with bright white glowing fists and blinding speed. I see the air ripple behind him as he doesn't wait at all to activate his first ranked-up buff, Hand of the Illusionist. Dozens of copies of him start to trail behind his original body and spread out as we get closer to each other, creating a mirage-like effect of us being surrounded by lifelike images of him. It would be very confusing if I couldn't see straight through it with the soul energy floating through my eyes. Both Ember and I still play along and dodge and weave through all of the punches of the illusions until we make our way close enough to his real body. Rodrigo doesn't hold back at all. His fully charged light magic fist comes rocketing toward me, and I move my right arm in the way to block. An echoing crack sounds through the dungeon as my forearm stops his fist in place. The shockwave dissipates all of his illusions and he jumps backward with wide eyes and a smile. You blocked my punch. Not too bad, actually. I underestimated you. How about your friend? He runs at Ember to my right side and throws a similar punch, only to have the same echoing shockwave of rippling light magic flow through the dungeon. He comes at us with even more speed and power next, throwing multiple punches and kicks per second while we block them effortlessly and follow his patterns while the 1-minute clock ticks down. Bree's voice calls out from high up on the hill. 50 seconds left. At this, Rodrigo's punches and kicks get faster and the mana imbued into them are far more extreme. His power is impressive and his baseline mana control is on par, if not even higher, than Fisher and Lydia's. He's a legit fighter that could take out 39th floor labyrinth monsters with mana alone. The demon cores significantly increase his stats, but the items he wears could be optimized more. Ember and I increase our own power output the further he pushes his. 40 seconds. Bree yells. His speed and power reach heights that are nearing his max, and he starts to get agitated. Impossible! How are you keeping up with me still? Your speed, power, your mana control, it's rising. He starts activating his Hand of the Illusionist mid-stride, sending out dozens of copies as we're about to attack again, and we ignore them, weaving through the copies to finally land hits of our own on Rodrigo. The punch I throw would easily have broken through the hard outer shell of the sandworms on the 38th floor and possibly even killed an elite minotaur on the 39th. However, he takes it head-on and is pushed backward by the blast of his mana shielding breaking. 30 more seconds. Halfway there? Bree calls out as the dust and debris clear. Fine, I'll show you my ranked-up form. You two are strong, stronger than I assumed. You would actually stand a good chance in surviving the B-class exams, but I won't risk my own life on that gamble. His body glows white and grows about 2.5x in size into an armored warrior made of pure light magic. It holds 2 long white blades of light in each hand and gives off a pure white aura. It is definitely his second ranked-up buff, ultimate attack form of the Light Warrior, but I don't intend for him to use this for long. We run forward at its form and I coat my arms in far denser mana than I was using before. Ember does the same and we begin trading blows back and forth with the enormous White Knight. Its energy blades collide with our shielded arms and we punch back, sending the light magic user backward to his utter surprise. Only 20 seconds remain. Bree's voice echoes through the battlefield. At this warning, Rodrigo gets serious and takes a moment to step back and combines the white light magic swords into one thick blade. He holds an enormous glowing white sword in the air that hums with mana and makes everything around us ripple and wave. The air itself looks like it's about to melt. It twists and turns and the figure is surrounded by a flash of blinding white light. At the same time, nearly 100 more blinding flashes of light fill the dungeon as the illusion of more knights fills my vision. I stop in my tracks and turn to Ember while pulling my new Dark Emperor's blade out from my inventory. Let me handle this one. I believe the fight will be over shortly. I want to test out my new weapon. There's more than enough targets to try it on here. feels extremely heavy in my hands. Its mass is still equal to the 100m long Lich King's scythe it was crafted from. Black waves of dark magic ooze out from the sword meant for war. One of the most interesting traits of dark magic is its ability to negate all mana-based attacks. I imbue more dark magic into the blade using my superior dark summoning skill, and it gushes more and more with the black energy. Mana from the dungeon floor beneath my feet is being ripped away and sucked into the blade the longer I hold it. I lunge forward as Ember steps back. Every illusion of the light warrior I pass is engulfed by the darkness of my sword. One by one, they're all swallowed away into a void of darkness as I creep closer to the real body of my attacker. He swings his sword my way, and all I do is raise my black blade to block. I don't even attempt to swing this weapon. The instant the light sword gets within range of mine, I feel its attack power growing weaker. Mana is being drained from my own body to power this special effect, but it is negligible compared to the amount I can plunder from the dungeon below me. Rodrigo is caught in my trap. His weakening white blade against my mana-eating black sword stands no chance. 10 seconds. 10 seconds left. Bree yells as the entire white manifested sword is sucked away into my blade, and the outer shell of the white armor starts to fall into it too. My eyes widen as I feel the black blade's hunger for power and energy grow by the second. It drains more mana from me the longer I hold it, and eats away all of the mana fueling Rodrigo's attacks the longer he's near the blade. All I did was block his strike, and these are the catastrophic aftereffects. Excitement grows inside me as I watch the entire white suit of armor sink into my weapon and disappear, dismantling his ranked-up buff in seconds and leaving Rodrigo without a drop of MP remaining, standing right next to the black sword. Without any magic to take, the blade turns its attention to the dungeon itself, and continues using power being channeled through my body. The floor around me indents as dungeon mass begins to drain away from the orb of darkness that starts to surround me. I feel the immense power growing more and more, and realize this is just the beginning. If I gave it enough energy, this entire dungeon could be negated and collapsed. At this realization of its true power, I open my item storage and try to let go of the sword to let it fall inside. However, my hands stay tightly grasped around the handle, like an invisible wave of gravity is holding them in place to siphon more power through me into the sword. I don't hesitate to slice both of my hands off at the wrists right above my gauntlets using a string of dense mana and let the blade fall into my item storage. It is an eerie power. The longer I hold that blade, I have a feeling the harder it will be to let go of it. Its sentient nature feels similar to my Flame Emperor's sword the first time I tried to control it but wasn't strong enough to do so yet. This time it feels a bit more ominous. The growing black aura dissipates the moment my sword disappears, and I regenerate my hands while retrieving my rings and gauntlets back from my item storage. Rodrigo jumps backward while absorbing mana in the atmosphere while putting his shielding back up and stares at me with a dazed expression. What the hell was that? It's clear I legitimately caught him off guard for a moment. He knows it too. If I was really aiming to kill, that would have been the time to do so. I shrug and a voice rings out from the hilltop. 5 more seconds. Before I can respond, it's as if a serious switch has been turned on and the air pressure in the battlefield changes. Rodrigo's mana has almost fully restored itself now after that unexpected event, and a golden glow shimmers in his eyes. You got lucky, but lost your chance. It doesn't matter. Whatever that was, no fancy enchanted items will save you from this. I didn't want to use this, but it's my only hope at taking both of you out before the time is up. The golden soul energy around his neck begins to expand and his eyes glow golden as the power spreads over his whole body and he lunges forward at me. His eyes dart back and forth from me to Ember, already calculating his next move to end the battle here and now. I smile and let dark red tendrils of energy flood out from my core to cover my arms and block his incoming golden shimmering punch. The impact of his fist on my forearm sends both of our soul energies flying through the air in an explosive collision. I'm thoroughly surprised by the power of his blow. Even when using a fairly dense level of soul energy, I'm thrown backward through the air. However, so is he at about the same speed. Both of our faces show expressions of mild shock. I assumed his power would be similar to the 6th or 5th ranked Dark Guards. However, there are small fragments of golden light left behind in my soul energy even 30 meters away after being blown back from that blast. It eats away at my chi and mana stores, but there isn't much residue left on me, so I overpower it quickly. The same goes for Rodrigo. Dark red soul energy is left behind in his aura after he's hit by the blast. And even though it's strong, the overwhelming amount of golden energy that floods out from him manages to disintegrate the residue I left behind. If I were to gauge his strength now just based on our first exchange of punches, his soul energy is similar to the second-ranked Dark Guard. Maybe even stronger. We both look down at the contact points in awe at the other's strength. Then a final yell comes from on top of the hill watching over the battle. That's it. Time is up. The winners by timeout are Jay and Ember. No more fighting, you three. The spar is over. Chapter 506. As Bree yells out that the match is over, another voice responds while a beam of golden light erupts into the sky. Double or nothing. 10 more seconds, what do you say, Jay? Take me on alone. I wasn't aware the power you wield is cursed energy too. Rodrigo turns his head toward me with sharp eyes and his whole body glowing gold. By cursed energy, he must mean soul energy. It seems the association calls it something different. I respond with my fists raised, covering them in red soul energy and shielding the rest of my body with a layer thick enough to block any of his blows if needed. What's in it for me? I already won our bet. Taking you on now would only be a risk. Truthfully, I want to fight him to see how powerful he actually is. I'm certain I can win, but I might as well get more out of this if I can. He responds. What do you want? Same rules, 10 more seconds fighting. If I win, you're not getting an invite to the exams. If you win, you'll get. I interject as I think of something that I desire. Let me make 20 respawn items using your skill as a catalyst. If I win, you let me make them. I smirk as his expression changes to annoyance. I'm property of the association. I can't be giving out their resources like that without authorization. I cross my arms. So, you're saying you'll lose? I shrug and start to turn away, but he calls out. Fine. I'll let you make one respawn item. It may take a few tries, but I'm confident Bree can craft one with enough of my blood. The only condition is you cannot sell it. The item has to be worn by you alone. I continue turning and shake my head. Not worth it. If you're so worried about it being illegal, then one is just as bad as 20. I'll just take my invite to the B-class exams. No need to fight more. He grits his teeth, and I see the golden light around him grow even denser. 5. I'll give you 5. I turn around. Make it 15, and I want to give them to my close allies. I don't like this rule that only I can wear them. He pauses and looks me in the eyes as red aura seeps from my fists at the same rate the golden light radiates from his body. 10 crafts. You and your allies only. I can be killed for a stunt like this, you know? I grin. Deal. Bree starts the clock again on the top of the hill, but Rodrigo doesn't wait for her words to start. He lunges forward at me with everything he has. Our punches and kicks fly. The soul energy collisions make the physical dungeon mass vibrate and echo. All of the hunters within a few kilometers doing their normal farming can definitely sense there is something happening deep in the dungeon even without any chi-based perception. I block every one of Rodrigo's incoming punches and kicks. They feel almost 50% stronger than the one he threw at me at the end of our last fight, and I can tell he's really giving this his all by his instant heavy breathing and sweat dripping down his forehead. Tens of meters of dungeon mass are stripped away with every blow, and I have to actively use strong soul energy to block each of his strikes. My base stats are many times higher than his own just because of the level gap and my high-grade gear, but I still activate my stat-boosting buffs to keep up with him and not miss hits to take any unnecessary damage. After 42 blocks in a row in less than 5 seconds, and a massive crater in the grassland dungeon being formed, I whisper out loud while dodging his incoming golden punch with ease and hitting him back with a blow 3 times as powerful as the strongest one he's thrown at me so far just to give him a taste of what I can do. You're not a bad fighter. Let's see if you can take a hit. It makes contact with his stomach, and I see his eyes roll back in his head for a moment as his golden soul energy is pierced right through. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Rodrigo is rocketed backward over 100 meters, ripping through the remaining dirt in the crater we fight in. However, before his momentum stops, he regains consciousness and activates his ranked-up buff with soul energy imbued into it as well. A 5-meter-tall golden knight digs its feet into the dungeon floor and rockets back toward me. I use the same power from the attack I just threw and let it soak my entire body with red aura. I take the ranked-up soul energy imbued light warrior on in my base form, just using basic soul energy shielding, going blow for blow with it. Now, the vibrations and energy waves coming off of Rodrigo are of a similar caliber to the destruction brought about by one of the first-ranked Dark Guards in their split form. Minus the base stats and lack of high-grade items limiting his pure strength and speed, Rodrigo is among one of the strongest beings I've ever laid eyes on. I wasn't expecting the fight to go this far, but with less than 2 seconds left on the timer that Bree holds, I'm sure he's finally reached his limit. I jump forward and let out even more of my soul energy, doubling my power again, cloaking my fists in soul energy so dark and dense it looks black. I'm impressed, Rodrigo. You were right. Arank hunters are strong, but I am stronger. In a flash of red, my fist makes contact with the outer golden glow of the soul energy imbued ranked-up buff and shatters it instantly. A wave of blood-red light pushes Rodrigo back and disintegrates his armor, while also obliterating a cylindrical path through the dungeon mass that he's blown back into. Bree's voice yells out, "Time! That's time! Time is up, guys! Stop fighting!" At her words, I instantly stop expelling aura and cease firing off my attack. Despite this, Rodrigo is still rocketed backward a few hundred meters into a nearby rock wall, and it is obliterated into fragments of stone. The dungeon is left in silence for a moment as I power all the way down, and Ember breaks the tension. "Nice one, Jay. That guy was pretty strong. The curse mark he bears is far stronger than the Lich King's was." Ember nods his head, and I agree, wiping a small bead of sweat from my own forehead. "You're right. Rodrigo is a formidable fighter. I might have lost if I tried to challenge him before the war." Bree comes walking down the hill toward us, and at the same time a white glowing figure comes floating out of the rubble and floats over. Rodrigo is beat up, covered in burns and bruises, and knows he's lost, but there's a satisfied expression on his face as he touches down in front of me. "You win. I believe you really do know what you're getting yourself into now. You definitely won't die at the exams with power like that. Well, not to another applicant at least. Thank you for showing me I'm not just getting you into this exam to create another slave for the association to throw around. Jay, maybe you will be the one to set us free." He smirks, then catches a green potion I toss to him. It's the first mythic grade self-regeneration potion I've ever made, and he drinks it without questioning it to be anything other than a standard HP potion. Instantly, the burns and bruises all over his body disappear, his heavy breathing stops, and all of his fatigue completely fades away the moment the green liquid touches his lips. I put out a hand to shake his after he's healed and reply, "Glad to see you think I won't die. What a nice way to phrase things." I roll my eyes and chuckle. "Now, to get what we bet for, let me get those crafts." He nods and responds, "Sure, I'll drop off some blood for Bree to use late this week. One thing you should know. If someone wearing one of those charms is killed with the energy of a curse mark, they don't respawn. It only works from pure mana-based attacks." I raise an eyebrow at his statement, but don't hesitate to pull 10 item drops from floor 31 to 39 in the labyrinth, ranging from fangs to scales to horns, and craft them all into rings, amulets, and charms while imbuing the respawn skill into them while I'm still making contact with Rodrigo's hand. It only takes an instant, and his eyes widen with shock when I let the items fall into my storage less than a second later and release my grip. "Done. You have my word. No one from the association will ever get their hands on these. Now, you hold up your second part of the bet. Get me and Ember a spot in the upcoming exams." He stares down at the place where the 10 items disappeared into my storage and replies, but not to my statement. What do you mean done? Imbuing skills into items is a gamble. Every time Bree does it, it usually takes dozens of tries and liters of blood before she can even get one right. What kind of ability do you have? Bree interjects. Brother, that's not for you to worry about. Jay's crafting ability far surpasses my own. I add to her remark. It may even surpass the old Sector 2 leader soon if you'd believe it. I heard there's new management with exceptional talent accepting new trade deals in the Dark Continent. Gears begin turning in his head as he realizes who this new hidden contact for trade deals that many regions have just started doing trade with is, and puts together even more connections that his sister must be helping with the High Order Volume 2. He speaks up in a much more professional tone now. Right? With the recent dungeon surges, the expansion of the Abyss, and fall of leadership in the Dark Continent, it seems there may be a lot of change happening in this world. However, do not underestimate the association just based on my performance. I may be strong, but there are stronger enemies with much deeper ties of loyalty to the association than me. He points to his golden glowing collar. This is not the only thing that keeps us in line. If you're truly going to challenge them, take your time and calculate every move you make. He lets out a sigh, and I nod. Then silence falls among us all. Bree speaks next. Don't you think you should be getting back about now? Rodrigo nods and turns to the direction of the dungeon exit. Yes, it is about time. I should be off now. I'll make contact with you again next week. I assume by then you will have the fake ID names for these two. I'll have them registered as last-minute applicants. He turns to me and Ember. This was fun. Thank you for opening my eyes. I still don't like any part of this, but a bet's a bet. You have my word I'll get you in. You better get even stronger than you already are. Whatever you're planning to do in the exams, don't leave any part of it to chance. We both nod, and Rodrigo flies off toward the dungeon exit to go back to the association and hand in the blue recording crystal of his meeting with Bree. Ember speaks up once he's gone. Well then, now that that's out of the way, how about we start on making that teleport platform? Bree nods. My schedule is definitely clear now. I place a hand on both her and Ember's shoulders. Good to hear. I'll bring us to the craft site now. We should have everything we need to create the platform here. I dungeon walk us into the Canyon of Dungeons. Bree, I'd like to show you the home base I'm building in Sector 2. This is where the first teleport platform will be created. We step out of the dungeon exit and walk up the stone walkway to see the setting red-orange sun shining down rays onto a long path leading to the town being built in the distance. Welcome to the Crimson City. Chapter 507. We make our way into the underground bunker, and I point to an open section of white flooring on the side of the room nearest the stairs. The portion of the room with loot and materials can be sectioned off with the movable wall if need be. I'd like to build the first teleport platform right here. I put the luminite and old book from my item storage in the center of the room, letting them float in the air with telekinesis and sift through the pages until the design we were looking at before comes up. Bree, Ember, and I sit around the items and discuss the information while I pull out piles of mana crystals that equal millions of MP necessary for the craft. On top of this, a very sturdy high-grade platform is needed to use as the imbuement item. Bree says she has some material back in her workshop that would be sufficient, or we could salvage some of the shielding from the room here, or even merge some of the B-class items in the crates near the back wall to create a platform for this craft. However, I have an even better idea for a base material that is higher grade and sturdy enough for this craft. How about we use some of the scrapped shielding from the two buildings in Sector 1 that are being taken apart right now? I'm sure that would be more than enough to use for this platform and many others to come. I use telepathy to call one of my body doubles in the nearby area to come down, and in a matter of seconds it comes walking down the stairs. Ember replies, "That's a good idea. It will be quite an efficient material for this craft. We won't need much, just a 5 by 5 meter solid cut should be more than enough." I nod and turn to my double while throwing it a transport crystal to the Galeheart Tower. You heard him, we need some A-grade shielding to complete this craft, and bring some extra so I have some on hand. I'm sure Lith won't mind. Ember grins. There is one thing I think he will mind though, and it's something I need if we're going to make that 30-day deadline for the B-class exams. I raise an eyebrow as he continues. I need you to grab that last isolation pod for me. The concealment items I need to produce will take far longer than a month to accomplish. I've been doing the math in my head, and I'll need at least 10 times that at a bare minimum. The only way I see it being possible is with an isolation pod. He turns to me and uses telepathy. Or we can go scour some far-off dungeons and search for a new Void Creeper rift. But finding another one nearby on this world is unlikely. I nod and speak to my double. Yeah, that works. Let's try not to destroy this one. It's the only one left that I know of, and I still don't know how to craft those things. Convince Lith to let us use it. We won't charge this one up to 50x, just 10x or so at most. My double nods and heads off in a flash of white light. We continue to set up for the craft and double-check the instructions for a few minutes. Then, Bree asks a simple question. So, how exactly did you get your hands on this luminite in the first place? I doubt it was from an auction. You must have actually found a way to mine it from a collapsing dungeon. Or, is there some other way? I smile. There's no other way I know of. I managed to create a far more stable version of the element stone bomb I set off in the forest outside Vice City with you. There's a way to gently collapse a dungeon. If you're quick enough, the raw materials that drop into thin air once it disappears are these crystals. I point to the jar with fragments of white gems inside. She nods and smiles. So, you're saying that there is the potential to make more? How much? Could I purchase some from you? I laugh. Sure, you can buy some in the future if you'd like, but I was planning to make a platform for you free of cost in your workshop just to make it easier to travel. Plus, an office here so you can have multiple bases of operation. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. I point up to the ceiling and briefly outline the build plans and future for this guild hall to her. Then, as soon as we're both on the same page, my body double comes back with a smile on his face and an inventory full of A-grade shielding. You'll have enough for 10, no, maybe 100 of these platforms with the hall Lith gave me. Those buildings are loaded with materials. I open my item storage and my double opens his, and he transfers all of the items over, including an isolation pod with about 6x dilation still left in it. My double goes back outside to continue surveying the desert. I pull out just enough shielding for the craft and place the isolation pods near the back wall of the bunker. Great. Now let's get this craft completed. With a carefully cut humming sheet of shielding in front of me, 3.3 million MP worth of mana crystals surrounding it, and a containment case of luminite hovering above it, I activate my mythic grade crafting skill. I share this skill with Bree and Ember so they can watch it happen with intricate detail in real time. The entire shielding segment is selected as the base, 2.6 million MP of the total mana is selected as a catalyst plus fuel, and just over 60% of the luminite inside the containment case is selected within the glass contraption. I press accept on the craft option that links up exactly with the book, and a bright white light fills the entire room. A release of energy from the millions of MP being used flows through all of our bodies, and the metal-coated mana shielding melts into a form that is close to liquid as it bends and shapes into a circular platform about 4 meters in diameter. Over half of the mass within the containment contraption holding luminite disappears and merges with the bright lit craft. It takes over 3 full seconds before the light fades and a raised circular platform, a small pile of leftover mana crystals, and a jar of about 1/3 of the luminite we started with are all that remain. The corners of my lips curve up when my appraisal and all-seeing eye skills read out what is in front of me. Instant teleportation platform. Grade A+. Owner J. Soju. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation. 0. Info. This is a unique item that can only be modified by its owner. Using bonded teleport crystals, any living being and the direct mass they are making contact with will be instantly transported to this platform. Crafter's note. None. I smile while using my crafting skill again on the remaining luminite and mana crystals sitting on top of the platform and select the next option to make bonded crystals linked solely with this platform. There's another flash of light, and all of the white and pink crystals before me merge together to make a large pile of small white gems. I step forward and pick one up. Teleport crystal. Then, I look back at the platform stats and see there is a change in one of its settings. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation. 361. It worked! I pick up a handful of the white glossy gems, and toss a few to Ember, then a few debris as well, letting the rest all fall into my item storage. Come on, let's test this out. Bree's eyes are wide with a mixture of pure excitement and disbelief. Yes, let's do it. Ember nods. I already believe it'll work, but very well, let's test it. We leave the underground bunker and fly a few kilometers away into the desert and all crush a crystal in our hands. Instantly, a flash of white light brings us back to the underground bunker, and when I check the internal setting of the platform, the live bonded crystal count changes. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation, 358. Interesting. We try it again, using the crystals inside a dungeon, then again all the way thousands of kilometers away in Vice City. Current bonded teleport crystals in circulation, 352. No matter where we teleport from, we're always sent back here instantly. Well, it's a success. The first teleport platform works. Now, it's time to farm some rogue dungeons to make more. The three of us talk over the trade details in the bunker a little longer, and I let Bree know that it will take a bit of time to farm up more Luminite to create her next platform. However, it will be ready by the time the first shipment of raw materials for her craftsmen come in. The only concern is finding a secure place to put hers. We may need to create a secret room beneath her bottom floor. Inspection and monthly recorded check-ins from the association cannot pick up on the fact that she has one of these. After discussing these details, I bring her back to the Black Market Dungeon Hub and leave her with another handful of teleport crystals. Come back anytime. I may not always be in town, but my doubles will most likely always be here to greet you. Sounds good. I'll see you again very soon. She leaves, walking through the underground market back to her workshop. Ember and I use the underground dungeon hub as a teleport point to make our way back to the Vice City Labyrinth to collect a single firestone from the 39th floor, then dungeon walk to a faraway dungeon over 200 kilometers away in the desert. It is the last D-grade dungeon that my doubles and Ember were using to collect mana previously when we were charging up pods before the war. This time, I use my own mythic grade plunderer skill to imbue the stone, and I'm able to create a containment item that stores just about 7 billion MP all by myself. Ember and I stand back as the stone sucks up the dungeon's mass until it hits its fill. Looks like I can farm these myself. We crush teleport crystals and make it back to the underground bunker. I use this stone to add to the semi-used isolation pod from the Galeheart Tower, bringing it to over 11x dilation, roughly the limit to where it won't cause long-term damage to the machine. Ember looks at me with a confident smile as he steps inside. 300 days should be enough if I push it. I will come out once my creations are complete. I wish you luck on your ventures while I work. Only disturb me if it is a matter of life or death. I nod. Very well. I'll make sure this civilization is unrecognizable, and we are much stronger once you emerge. Whatever it is you are creating, best of luck. Ember types on the keypad, entering 30 days at an 11.54x dilation. The door shuts, and I call for a body double to come and be on full-time guard duty of this pod. After it arrives, I head off to the Canyon of Dungeons as the sun fully disappears and the night sky comes. I dungeon walk into the labyrinth to begin a solo farming session. Chapter 508. I start by clearing out the rest of floor 39, dungeon walking from monster to drain their MCP, and opening up spatial magic portals to store their corpses in my storage. Instead of leaving their bodies to dissolve in random places throughout the floor, having to wait up to a full minute for some, I see it as more time efficient to keep their corpses on me and have them all dissolve together after I'm done with farming for the day. I clear out every floor from 38 to 30 next with fast strikes, dungeon walking to every new monster and killing them before they even know I've arrived. A few 100 million MP worth of mana control is absorbed, and over 1,000 monsters' bodies are stored in my storage before coming back up to floor 39 to catch the one mutant minotaur that respawns right on schedule. I repeat this routine for a few hours, piling up corpses in my storage, collecting over 1 billion MCP total, and holding 7 near A-grade firestones in my item storage before I decide to change things up. I let the massive pile of corpses dissolve before me on the 39th floor, collecting close to 1 million MP worth of pink mana crystals and over 1,000 high B-grade crafting materials. Then, I let them all fall into my storage while activating my soul energy, letting a visible red aura leak out from my core, the same output as the aura I was using while fighting Rodrigo at his maximum strength in his ranked-up form. I pull out my Flame Emperor's sword because the dark blade I tested earlier seems to still be very unpredictable and hard to control. I whisper under my breath while dungeon walking up 2 floors. This should be enough to fend off whatever is on the 41st floor. It'll be a good change of pace instead of just farming the lower ones all night. The last few times I attempted fighting the monster on this floor, I never even managed to get a look at it. Its status never even showed up in my mind's eye. The only thing I know about this floor is that it is a dark cave system with a fast-moving monster that uses slashing attacks and conceals its presence very well. The instant I teleport into the darkness, I hear the sound of humming energy and barely audible fast-moving steps on the rocky ground approaching. In less than 1/10 of a second, a sharp, blade-like surface comes rocketing toward my midsection. I smile as the dark green bug-like claw collides with my soul energy shielding and bursts into an eruption of energy. There's an angry hiss that echoes through the cave, and I see the shadowy outline of a 4-meter-tall mantis creature circling me in the dark, ducking in and out of crevices in the cave while eyeing me down and waiting to send off its next attack. My inspect and appraisal skills finally pick up on a few of this monster's readings. LV 1522. Active items. None. Active skills. Stealth. Mythic grade. Buffs. Silent breath. Eyes of the night. The sun god's curse mark. A mythic grade stealth skill, huh? Just like mine. My eyes lock onto the barely visible golden collar around its neck, being partially blocked out by its stealth skill. It's only visible now because of my all-seeing eye, new advanced perception, overall higher state of mana control, and of course my unique soul energy senses. Despite this, the dark green mantis lunges forward again and throws a claw covered in golden light beneath its stealth veil. It must not be used to its opponents being able to see its movements, because when I swing my sword up to block its strike covered in my own soul energy and the two masses collide, the creature immediately uses the momentum from my blow to be shot backward and scurry away into the cave again. It boosts its stealth skill further and lurks in the darkness. My eyes track it around the dungeon as it does. This creature is using only its own mana control to activate its stealth skill, and it's clear to see that there is a large difference between the Sun God's warriors and the now defeated Lich Kings. The stronger troops in the Lich King's army heavily relied on their own raw power during battles, only using the orange soul energy as a last resort. This is because the power being shared at those higher ranks did not make such a monumental difference than their own mana control and soul energy. Stolen Novel. Please report. When I look at this creature, and when I relate its fighting style to Rodrigo's, I see the attack power they throw is heavily reliant on the borrowed energy of the curse mark they bear. Their curse mark's soul energy allowance at level 1300 to 1500 is rivaling to that of a level 2000 to 2500 in the Dark One's army. It's an interesting sight to behold, but I'm still not sure what to think of it. My first theory is that the Lich King spread its borrowed power among many troops so it weakened its individual power shared to each recipient. However, I've dealt with borrowed soul energy before, like the Red Hydra's buff. It was only shared between a handful of people and was far weaker than the Lich King's. This just goes to show that there are too many variables at play to conclude anything concrete about this discovery yet. The mana control and base stats of this mantis monster are still lagging behind the immense power that is held in its borrowed soul energy. That's why I can easily still see its golden glow through its stealth skill, and also why it can block one of my mid-powered sword swings with its golden light despite being a far lower level than I am. This makes the strength shown in my spar with Rodrigo's fight make a lot more sense. However, as the mantis lunges forward at me again, I change up my stance and look the monster right in the eyes. I might as well end this battle now. There's no point in dragging it on. You're not much of a talker anyway. Its dark green armored mantis claw comes rocketing toward my blind spot covered in a golden glow while I let my warning echo through the cave. At the last minute before impact, I let my soul energy pulse and release my full power while still in my base form. A wave of red light illuminates the entire cave system while I turn my body and sword to throw a slash against its claw. The golden light around it burns away, and its outer green shell shatters while my soul energy blade cuts off the entire right third of its upper body in a single strike. The rest of its form is covered in soul energy flames, and it's blasted off in the opposite direction from the impact of my release. Instead of letting it scurry off into the caves again, I follow with my eyes locked on it, releasing another attack at its other side that is charging up a last-ditch effort high-powered golden attack. I cut its long sharp left arm off at the shoulder joint before it can even get a strike off on me, and the residue from my first attack begins to eat away at the golden collar around its neck. A loud hiss sounds out as I get close to stop it from running any further, slicing both of its legs off at the knees. It falls and tumbles rolling to the floor while golden energy seeps from its body, attempting to protect its remaining vitals as a survival instinct. However, the damage is already done. My soul energy that covers this monster's areas where it was hit spreads further, eating away the golden glow, and burning the bug alive as it struggles to get up off the hard, rocky cave floor. I raise my sword above my head to give it a finishing blow and put this dying floor boss out of its misery, but a notification shows up in blue text above the monster once it falls below 5% HP. Red light flows through the system notification, making the blue text look purple in some places, almost like my soul energy is combining with the system here. Use absorption. Skill. Stealth. Mythic grade. Yes. No. The hissing sounds coming from the creature gets louder as it knows its end is near, but I can't help but hesitate for multiple reasons looking down at this odd red and blue text mixture. The first reason I'm confused is the fact that I already have a stealth skill on my status, and it's already mythic grade 2. This is the first time I've let an enemy get down to below 5% HP to activate my new mythic grade absorption special perk that allows me to steal one available skill from an enemy before they die. However, it shouldn't allow me to absorb a skill I already own. The system is never wrong, but this still doesn't make sense. If I hit yes, nothing should happen. I guess there's no harm in trying. I select yes, and a bright white-blue light engulfs the remains of the monster, and my dark red soul energy creates a sphere around this flashing light. I feel multiple skills like craftsmanship, mana manipulation, spatial magic, and a variety of others activating subconsciously through my soul energy link, while the dark red energy shifts in size and color, while many mythic grade skills work together in a fashion I didn't know was possible. It feels similar to how I removed Cursed Soul Energy from Monk's Master, and the fighters being used as test subjects in the Dark One's tower, but fairly different because instead of flat-out destroying energy, I'm trying to preserve it. The hot mixture of soul energy shrinks in on itself until the blue and white flashes have ceased. At the same time, I feel something fall into my item storage through the spatial magic bonded to my soul energy. In my mind's eye, as soon as this energy disappears into suspended animation, I see the status of the monster in front of me change. Its stealth skill vanishes from its status, and its veil of perception-blocking protection disappears. Its green outer shell is clear as day while I bring my sword down, shattering it, and slicing its head and body in two to finish it off. Another absorption notification rings in my ear as it allows me to take its MCP, but no levels were gained from defeating this boss. At the same time, the cave begins to fill with natural light and my reign of fiery terror throughout the caves becomes visible. I see the molten rock and trails of fire left behind me. The remains of the mantis corpse dissolve after about 45 seconds, and all that is left behind is a long green claw with a plus 252% agility stat boost, and a large mana crystal. As I collect these items, my mind shifts back to the energy that fell into my status right after I activated my absorption perk, and I let it float out and hover over my hand. The item before me is a clear orb about the size of a marble. Inside of it, there is swirling blue and white light in threads of dense mana making grid-like system patterns so many times over, down to such a microscopic level, not even my all-seeing eye can see its entire intricate design. However, it shows the item information, and my eyes are locked on this text for a full minute, while the labyrinth's natural transport magic brings me up to floor 42. Skill orb. Grade, A+. Skill. Stealth, mythic grade. Item type, consumable. Info. This skill orb is a unique item. It allows the user to permanently absorb a new skill and add it to their status. Only one skill orb per person can be consumed. Any additional attempts will result in a failed absorption. My vision flashes white, and I let the blue orb fall into my item storage while I respawn on the next floor. A very odd environment spawns in front of me. There are rolling hills, but the ground is made of a smooth white material that grips my feet like rubber. There is no wildlife, and the sky is light gray, almost the same shade as the floor. I hear a murderous roar echo from beyond one of the rolling synthetic-looking white hills, but my mind is still racing on the fact that I now have the ability to absorb and imbue skills from enemies into a physical consumable. I need to see if this is replicable. If so, I can hand-select a new skill for each of my allies. The Flame Emperor's army could grow far stronger. I grip my sword and burst into dark red flames again, spreading out my perceptions and getting ready to take on whatever climbs the hill to challenge me on the 42nd floor. This farming session just got a lot more interesting. Chapter 509. The monstrous roar that echoes from the back of the 42nd floor boss room reveals its form soon after I hear it. At first, when teleporting into this white-floored room, my all-seeing eye picked up the presence of a man standing just as tall as me with a golden collar around his neck. However, it immediately evolved into its monster form when I arrived. It jumps up and over the nearest white hill to come into my vision, and its 6-meter-tall light blue-skinned muscular body contrasts greatly with the gray sky. It has 3 golden glowing eyes on its forehead, with a large matching collar around its neck too. It wears silver armor on its chest and feet, and carries 2 long swords that shimmer the same metallic shine. Its gaze locks with mine, and it speeds forward as I scan its status. LV.2091. Active items. Enchanted Silver Sword Set, plus 411% strength, plus 300 speed, plus 288% agility. Enchanted Silver Chestplate, plus 391% defense, plus 322% strength. Enchanted Silver Boots, plus 348% speed, plus 340% agility. Active skills. Swordsmanship, mythic grade. Dual-wielding legendary grade. Buffs. Overseer's vision. Energy enhancement of the ultimate swordsman. The Sun God's curse mark. It seems like every floor above the 40th has been raising levels by about 500 each new boss. It is a considerable amount. I feel an aura of mana control fill the dungeon, and a denser layer of blue mana covers its body and swords. Both of its ranked-up buffs activate, and the graceful movements of its steps and blade are the handiwork of this monster's mythic-grade swordsmanship at work. A thick golden aura leaks from its eyes and covers its arms and 2 blades while it comes at me. I activate my own mythic-grade swordsmanship skill and channel my soul energy into defenses while activating my own ranked-up buff to grow in size and create a dark red greater energy form almost twice as large as the monster before me. I lunge forward too, and both of us follow the instinctive thread of our skill's energy attacks. My sword collides with one of his, blocking it and sending it flying backward, then twisting my body to block his second blade coming from the opposite side. Blue and golden energy disperse into the air as the 3-eyed swordsman calculates the perfect counter to my block. In my greater form, I have the edge on it in all of my stats. However, I could tell that if I fought it in my base form while it was activating its buffs, I would have had trouble fending off the attack I just blocked. My gaze locks on the monster's weak points. I need to focus on defeating this monster, not just testing out new skills and moves like I did on the 41st floor. Its shoulders, knees, and neck are unprotected from armor, but it holds its dual swords in a peculiar stance that blocks these weak spots while in a resting position. It even manages to guard these points while my sword was deflecting it during our last exchange. The focused golden soul energy in its blades was nearly as dense as mine, but it seemed like it was using the majority of it only on its weapons. My soul energy covered my blades as well as my entire greater energy form, spreading out its density greatly. The blue-skinned swordsman comes running back in with trails of golden mist behind its swords, and I block both attacks individually just like before, but lunge in to counter as it is moving away this time, aiming for its upper shoulder but get to witness a fast spinning motion from his upper body to block the attack too. What I find interesting about this exchange is that a small amount of its soul energy transfers from its unused blade in this block to cover its shoulder on the off chance that my attack makes it through. It is working with a limited amount of this high-level power just as I assumed. This gives me the go-ahead to allocate my own soul energy accordingly on the next exchange. I'm confident in my ability to outmaneuver this monster in my greater form, so I channel over 50% of my soul energy directly into my blades and send my next attack just like the last. Upon contact, both the golden and blue light that envelopes its silver swords are eaten away, and the hard silver enchanted metal begins to melt and bend as my blade pushes through them. Instead of having graceful spins and counters each time, the creature's golden eyes pulse, and it jumps backward while holding up both damaged swords in the same unique defensive stance. I don't regroup my thoughts or step back at all. I jump in again after it, slashing away at its defenses and continuously melting and incinerating through its borrowed golden energy. This monster isn't weak, but I've found its weakness. I'm carefully positioning each strike using all of my perception and buffs on full capacity. I even feel my body tiring as I ruthlessly beat my opponent down. This swordsman is not capable of stopping me. My fiery red and black sword finally breaks one of its silver weapons into pieces, landing my first blow through its right shoulder. 3 exchanges later and its other sword is shattered to pieces and melted into nothing from my strikes, and I land more hits on its shoulders, knees, and neck area where its golden collar rests. The monster is overwhelmed as I push it back, burning large black and red marks and slashes through the floor of this boss room while imbuing more and more of my corrosive soul energy into each slash I manage to make on the three-eyed swordsman. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. It seeps into its veins, burning it from the inside, and turning the blue mana that covers its body into red flames, while the golden light in its eyes dims. I'd go straight for a headshot right now if my only aim for this battle was to kill it. Another 30 seconds of burning it from the inside and cheap shots in its weak spots go by. I even slice its arms and legs clean off, pinning it to the ground under my greater form's boot before I finally see purple-red notifications. Select one option: swordsmanship, mythic grade, dual-wielding legendary grade. I choose swordsmanship and a more familiar window pops up. Use absorption. Skill. Swordsmanship. Mythic grade. Yes. No. Once I hit yes, the same flash of white and blue system-colored light covers the monster's body. Then, my soul energy and subconscious activation of skills commences as well. The instant I feel a skill orb enter my item storage, I let my flames engulf the monster entirely and burn its flesh to ash. A notification to absorb its MCP is presented, and a mana crystal as well as its chestplate and boots are left behind as loot. I happily accept and place them into my inventory with the mythic grade swordsmanship skill orb while being transported to the next floor while still in my greater form. Might as well keep going while I'm on a roll here, as the white transfer magic light brings me to the 43rd floor. I take in the Rocky Mountain landscape of brown dirt, green trees, and gray stone cliffsides. The instant I try to gauge where I am, I have to lunge out of the way to dodge dozens of incoming rocks and trees sharpened into spears covered in dense golden soul energy. Some of the projectiles narrowly miss me by less than a meter on each side, and as I weave through the barrage, I have to use my sword to block a few attacks that would have hit me straight on otherwise. The soul energy shielding around all of these attacks is exactly even with my own. The best I can do is deflect them by changing their direction slightly, but it feels as if there is an external gravitational pull on them making them shoot toward me in a curving path. After making my way through the bulk of the barrage, I don't manage to dodge them all. My soul energy shielding along with body hardening is torn through in the side of my stomach and lower left leg. It leaves golden flakes of soul energy behind, but also makes immense bloody gashes on my real body as I escape into the sky. They hit the ground where I stood moments ago and blast a massive crater in the soft ground. I look toward where the attacks came from while flying through the air, healing my wounds with self-regeneration, and locking onto a status reading of a being far above me on a mountain peak almost a full kilometer away. A large humanoid creature wearing armor made of stone stares down at me from up on its high cliff. Its face looks like a rhinoceros, with a large pointed black horn coming off its nose and a smaller one above it. Its skin is light brown, almost orange, and it carries a staff with a pointed blade at the top of it radiating golden light. The monster's eyes are jet black and sharp, locked on me without wavering at all. A curse mark forms a dense golden collar around its neck and it raises its staff, sending off over 50 massive fragments of rock, trees, and dungeon mass flying my way, all covered in golden energy while my gaze scans its status. LV.2699. Active items. Blade of the Mountain Hermit, plus 589% mental strength, plus 400 strength. Enchanted Charm of Protection, plus 310% mental strength, plus 300% defense, plus 250% speed, plus 220% agility, plus 180% strength. Enhanced Stone Chestplate, plus 367% defense, plus 311% strength. Active skills. Telekinesis, Mythic Grade. Body Hardening, Mythic Grade. Buffs. Rhino's Focus, Target Lock. Mountain Hermit's Ultimate Defense. The Sun God's Curse Mark. As soon as I do, a downpour of more dungeon mass covered in soul energy comes raining on top of me. Now as I weave through the violent attacks, the feeling of the nearby targets turning in midair and changing their direction to follow me make much more sense. It must be a combination of its mythic grade telekinesis skill and its first ranked up buff that seems to have some kind of homing mechanism. I let my aura of soul energy expand, and use my mythic grade plunderer skill to take control of the dungeon around me, draining some of the mana from the soul energy that rains down on me. But there are still far too many, and its borrowed golden power is too strong for me to deflect and dodge every incoming projectile. I'm hit 4 more times in the legs and sides and have to heal while I travel upward to take away the high ground advantage that the beast atop the highest mountain in this dungeon stands. Its aura radiates throughout the entire boss room, meaning as much as I run, I'll never be outside of its range. The aura it gives off gets stronger the closer I get to it, but with its primary offensive ability being long range, I don't have much of a choice other than attempt to close the gap between us. I for one don't have my telekinesis skill upgraded at all. There are no natural dungeons that spawn monsters with this exact ability. The skill is multiple ranks higher than mine. If we were to battle solely using this trait from long range, it would surely win. If I get up close, I have many more skills in my arsenal that will be effective against it no matter how tough its mythic grade body hardening or ultimate defensive ranked up buff may be. Letting my body glow with a constant state of self-regeneration, I fly forward into the danger zone. The bulk of my soul energy covers my vitals and is imbued into my sword to directly deflect the dungeon mass that is thrown toward me with no possible way of changing its course. I use some telekinesis of my own, but it hardly does anything to change the rigid flight pattern of sharpened trees and boulders. Pulsing golden shockwaves come off the mountain while its natural resources are stripped away to send larger and more frequent attacks my way. The relentless attacks are painful, and the damage it does to my body parts where I can't stop them only increases the closer I get. I try many strategies to make my travel over more efficient. Once halfway there, less than 500 meters away, I come up with a few ways to slow its attacks. The first is sending off waves of intimidation and confusion. My pulses don't immobilize it, as we're very close in mana control power, but they do catch the creature off guard the first few times I throw them out. The second is using stealth. When I disappear, a large amount of the stones being sent toward me continue off in a straight line as the boss is most likely manually maneuvering them. However, a few still follow me like heat-seeking missiles, so this must be a feature of its target lock buff that I can't avoid even while invisible. As I get within 300 meters range, the strength and frequency of attacks it throws at me become overwhelming. While the damage done to my physical body can be healed almost instantly, and I never go below 80% of my total HP, I still have to concentrate entirely on every attack I counter and be diligent and patient while continuing to assess its skills and abilities. This is a serious floor boss. It is definitely the strongest and most intelligent labyrinth monster I've ever fought. It is tasked to protect this floor and not let any challengers pass, and it intends to do exactly that without question. It gets straight to the point. There are no useless flashy displays of power, arrogant speeches, or any signs of it letting up to allow me to get in closer for any reason. It just stands high up on the mountain with its staff in hand, blocking me from getting near with minimal effort. If I can figure out a way to defeat it, I don't think I'll be challenging the floor boss above this one before I do some more soul energy training. I've climbed up this labyrinth far enough to find my limit again. Without power and reflexes over double my own, there's no way any opponent could ever get in this close to it without high-grade regenerative abilities. Even so, I've hardly closed the distance and still haven't gotten to see its defensive buff or close-range battle tactics with that staff at close range yet. I've seen everything it can do using this attack pattern. I need to switch things up and run a quick test using an entirely different strategy. With this in mind, I activate stealth again, deflecting its homing missiles and whisper to myself, "Dungeon Walker." Less than 1/10 of a second goes by as I calculate and execute my surprise assault. I spawn in less than 5 meters away from the creature's back, plunging my red soul energy-soaked blade forward. Using mythic-grade Plunderer, Confusion, and Intimidation on full blast, I shock the creature's system while activating Lifesteal at close range to drain its health and make it my own. I feel the soothing warm energy of HP and MP entering my body, while I send a slash full of soul energy and murderous intent toward the beast. As soon as it leaves my blade, the sharp eyes of the mountain hermit's beast form turn around to catch a glimpse of me in its peripherals. It looks calm and unfazed, activating its second ranked-up buff. A glossy diamond-textured armor shielding covers its body as my close-range soul energy attack collides with its back. Chapter 510. The energy blade that leaves my sword collides with the diamond armor, and at the same moment, I dungeon walk far away, over a kilometer back to where I spawned into this boss room. I do this for 2 reasons. The first is completely instinctive. There is no reason for me to stay up close any longer than I have to when I'm facing an opponent with unknown tactics at close range. The second is that the ground beneath my feet turned into hundreds of needle-shaped spears all covered in golden light the moment the monster's eyes met mine. It used telekinesis to shoot them upward, and if I stayed any longer, they would have all collided with my soul energy barrier as well. There's an explosion of red and golden light in the distance as these attacks collide. The concentrated slash makes it through the mountain hermit's outer layer of golden shielding and even cracks its diamond armor. But to my surprise, it doesn't make it all the way through before my attack dissipates into the air and is eaten up by the golden energy that seeps out from the monster's core. As collateral damage, the entire top quarter of the mountain is decimated by the extreme release of power. Hundreds of meters of dungeon mass are destroyed and sent flying into the air, being melted and incinerated into pure mana. My opponent stands on top of the rubble, reforming its diamond armor and letting the golden light around it reform as if nothing has happened at all. I had the advantage on every front during that attack. The element of surprise, using my full power, and even making the environment for my strike optimal. All it managed to do was drain about 10% of its HP using Lifesteal while mildly irritating it by damaging its ultimate ranked-up defense form. Other than this, I'm back to square one. Rocks and trees coated in golden light rain from the sky again as the horned creature raises its staff high up on the mountain and stares down at me with an unfazed expression in its dark eyes. This doesn't stop me from dodging the incoming attacks by a hair, then activating stealth and dungeon walking in mid-swing to attack it again. With an expanding aura of Lifesteal, Plunderer, Intimidation, and Confusion all infused with soul energy radiating out from my core, I send another attack off at the beast. Its life energy is drained away, taking another 8% of its HP before I release the red slash from my sword. Just like before, its head immediately turns to its blind spot, but this time it swings its weapon coated with golden energy back at my sword slash. I dungeon walk away from the danger zone as the silver-bladed edge of its battle staff takes my attack on at point-blank range. From the bottom of the mountain, two clashing auras of energy erupt again. I expect the remaining top of the mountain to be blown to bits, just like last time, but something different happens. There's a loud roar and pulse of golden light through the entire boss room as the mountain hermit dispels my attack, making the two energies explode in the air with equal force. I dungeon walk to another portion of the room to escape the incoming raining debris controlled by telekinesis, teleporting around the dungeon a few times before attempting my close-range attack again. This time, before I can even release the entire energy attack from my sword, the monster's uniquely shaped weapon comes rocketing my way and collides with the edge of my flaming blade. My mental attacks seem to not affect it at all anymore, and my lifesteal hardly drained away more than 5% more HP this time around. Its reaction time is only getting faster, and I can't break through its ranked-up defenses no matter how hard I try without increasing my base mana and chi control, or bringing allies to this boss room to borrow theirs using my ranked-up buff. The longer I drag this battle out, the fewer chances I'll have to catch it off guard. As our blades collide, and a murderous wave of soul energy ripples out from both of our bodies, I decide to attempt to use another one of my unique skills. I dungeon walk to its left shoulder, not even attempting to win our sword exchange, and place a hand covered in a large amount of my soul energy onto its diamond-coated muscles. Instantly, the monster turns its gaze again, swinging the sharp tip of its staff my way, but I whisper under my breath while activating a skill and feeling immense pain fill my body as I do. Equivalent exchange. Bright white light covers both of our bodies as I sacrifice 80% of my total HP in a single shared attack. Equivalent exchange is a skill I stole from another hunter back during the C-class exams. I don't often use it because to damage opponents with it, I have to severely injure myself as well. It is risky, painful, and needs skin-to-skin contact to activate. This monster has more HP than me, but this should bring its total remaining health down very low, my hopes being close to 5% remaining, and give me enough remaining health to the point where if I'm hit with debris at an expected rate while fleeing, I'll still have health left over while I heal. I let out a scream, and it synchronizes with the mountain hermit's roar as life energy in the form of HP on both of our statuses is drained away. The moment I feel it happening, I activate my Dungeon Walker skill and teleport to the furthest point away from the source as I can. Golden needles of dungeon mass come up from the ground and rip through my feet and legs as I do, but this is within my expectations. The flashes of light cease as I instantly activate my self-regeneration skills to heal my wounds and drink mythic-grade Regen potions to bring my own HP back up to full while dungeon walking around the outer ring of the boss room, hundreds of meters away each blip every few tenths of a second. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. My attack worked. I can hear the agony, anger, and drops of fear in the mountain hermit's roars as it mercilessly attacks me all throughout the dungeon using its telekinesis skill to the absolute limit. A golden orb of light grows on top of the mountain, and mass from the boss room dungeon is being ripped to shreds and used to fuel its attacks. The mountain range turns to unrecognizable piles of rubble as I teleport through its violent display of raw mental strength and soul energy. A few times I get in close enough to attempt to see if any system text shows up for me to steal its skills, but it never does. However, there is blood gushing from its diamond body, showing signs that my equivalent exchange did severe damage. Its ultimate defense move won't regenerate the next time it's damaged, and its soul energy is unpredictably pulsing and wavering as it reaches its output limit. This is borrowed power after all. It is not endlessly able to regenerate. If it is used too rashly, the end of the supply will come eventually. Even so, it isn't withering away. If anything, the candle is burning even brighter before it goes out. I need to be even more careful now than ever, but I'm sure this is the end if I can string the fight on a little longer. In between my dungeon walks and continuous dodges of attacks, I send out dark and dense crescents of soul energy toward the creature whenever I get close enough in range. It doesn't hesitate to block them over and over, but the rate of its attacks slows every time it has to block. This gives me enough time to dungeon walk even closer in and activate my lifesteal skill. Every few attacks I throw, I manage to break through its growing golden aura and drain another one to 2% HP. It realizes what is happening, but can do nothing to stop it other than pushing its soul energy limit even further. The density of its golden aura looks and feels to me just like the time I witnessed Maria use up all of her Red Hydra's buff before she awakened her own soul energy. It's gonna go all out. Whatever is about to come out of this creature is not something I want to be in the way of. As it reaches its limit, I manage one last ranged lifesteal attack and see a series of blue text boxes pop up over its head. Select one option. Telekinesis, Mythic Grade. Body Hardening, Mythic Grade. At the same time, the golden aura that surrounds the monster in a dome shape instantly collapses in on itself and condenses entirely into its weapon, channeled into the short blade at its tip. My eyes open wide as all of the controlled mass in the dungeon falls to the floor, and all of the power it has remaining comes out in a single golden energy rocketing straight toward me. I dungeon walk away to the far side of the dungeon to escape its path, but the moment I do, the highly concentrated light changes direction and curves toward me at speeds that are only increasing. I dodge it and teleport around the boss room multiple times, but it only gets closer and faster. Mythic Grade Telekinesis allows this monster to alter and manipulate its own energy attacks with impressive accuracy. I want the skill so I can do the same. The thought of dungeon walking away and leaving this boss room entirely crosses my mind. That would certainly lead me to safety, but would only give this monster more time to prepare for my return. This last resort attack would gain even more power, and even worse, the boss could find a way to heal before I steal its skills or land the final blow. I need to figure out something here and now, so I stop in place and think of a new strategy. Let's end this. I begin dungeon walking around in a less erratic, more predictable pattern, but still add in random jumps here and there. I have it get used to my slower dodging patterns, making it seem like I'm getting tired and my reaction time is slowing. Instead of trying to fully avoid the crescent of golden light, I begin to let it gain on me each time, as if I'm the one in trouble here. While doing so, I keep a close eye on the monster atop what's left of the mountain it stood on before, and keep my vision locked on the blue text that still hovers above its head. I lead the golden crescent closer and closer to the mountain, allowing it to gain even more control over its movements while pretending to slow my own. Once less than 50 meters in front of it, I set out to finish it. I activate all of my mental attacks again, activating Confusion, Intimidation, Flash to send bright lights in the air, Blast and Screech to create explosions and loud noises, then Phantom Step imbued with soul energy to create fake copies of my greater form appear in front of it. At the same time, I activate Stealth with my real body and dungeon walk behind it while clicking on the status notifications before me, choosing to absorb Mythic Grade Body Hardening, and watching the white, blue, and red lights surround its body. I'm less than 5 meters away from its back. Throughout all of the confusion, the monster is caught off guard momentarily and only aims for the immediate threats in front of it, slicing through the phantom images that have jumped off in opposite directions out from the white blasts. Meanwhile, red soul energy surrounds its diamond body, while the majority of its offensive soul energy is trapped in its attack. No needles or projectiles come at me, and I have time to concentrate. Before it realizes what has happened, it's too late. I feel a skill orb fall into my storage, and see the golden blade of light coming straight for me. I wait until the last second to dungeon walk away again, and the highly charged soul energy collides with the monster's own diamond armor. It cracks, just like it did when I attacked it before, but this time shatters open, leaving a large gap in its armor as golden energy and diamond flakes explode into the air as the attack dissipates, creating an opening that I couldn't physically manage to do myself. I quickly dungeon walk back in at this opportunity and shove my blade through the opening in its defenses, releasing a wave of soul energy imbued fire into the monster's heart from within, burning away all of its remaining golden energy. It begins to shrink back into its human form before my eyes, and I hear it speak words for the first time since I entered this floor. After so many years, I'm free. Thank you. The golden collar around its neck fully dissolves as my red soul energy engulfs it entirely. Dinging sounds out in my inner ear. Level up X72. Use Absorption. Skill. Telekinesis, Mythic Grade. Yes. No. Use absorption. MCP. 577,904,310. Yes. No. I press yes, accepting everything, upgrading my telekinesis skill, and watch my level rise to 2271. Adrenaline is pumping through my veins and my aura is burning so hot that the mountain beneath my feet is melting away every second I stay powered up in my ranked up form. I take a few deep breaths to conceptualize this whole situation. I allow the half-human half-rhinoceros corpse that hasn't reverted fully back to its lesser form fall into my item storage before it dissolves. Its final words are confusing. There is even a faint smile across its face as it falls inside despite the massive bloody hole in its chest. Just like I did with the lightning wolf on the 40th floor, I want to stall the transportation magic and activation of the 44th floor until later. I barely got away with that victory. It was stronger than me on all fronts. Every stat point was higher. I'm sure it had me beat on pure numbers alone. Its ranked-up defenses were only destroyed by its own final attack. Even its borrowed soul energy was basically on par with mine. I defeated this monster with strategy and my abundance of skills and fight knowledge. This was only possible because I had time to prepare these moves. Moving up a floor to fight something 500 levels higher won't be easy. Just based on what I've fought so far, it could be stronger than the Lich King I fought just the other day. I stare out at the decimated mountain range after this battle, then teleport back to the lower floors of the dungeon to continue farming for the night and think over the fights I've been in today to assess what my next moves will be. While these thoughts settle in my mind, I continue to farm fire stones every 30 minutes on the dot. During my downtime, I test out my new telekinesis skill upgrade 2, mastering the same technique I saw on floor 43, manipulating the movement and speed of my energy blade attacks. The image of the floor boss monster's calm smile and final words replay in my head as I train. While getting used to this ability, I also set off to use my new absorption perk to collect skill orbs from all kinds of monsters on the various floors of the labyrinth, dungeons from Vice City, Solara, my hometown, and even the Canyon of Dungeons too. It seems this process is very replicable from the fights I've had so far. There are a lot more tests I'd like to do, so once the sun comes up and I can find people that will be able to take these skill orb consumables, I believe my army will grow far stronger. Chapter 511. Over the next 8 hours, as the night slowly returns to day, I farm billions of MCP, hundreds of skill orbs, and an additional 15 firestones from the 39th floor to imbue with my mythic grade plunder skill and collapse rogue dungeons out in the desert. An interesting thing I find when absorbing skill orbs is that they stay at the exact grade they are labeled on the monsters I take them from. I'm unable to change basic, special, or legendary skills farmed from lower grade monsters into mythic just from absorbing them. Whatever they are farmed at is their current grade. This makes the mythic grade orbs I farmed from the 41st, 42nd, and 43rd floor even more valuable than I thought. Another rare, priceless resource I continue to farm is Luminite. The low D-grade dungeon I was working on farming before the war eventually collapses, and in addition to that, I find 2 more E-grade dungeons to fully plunder and collapse as well. 3 more fragments of Luminite and just about 150 billion MP in containment stones float inside my storage now. I still have the unstable isolation pods of my teammates floating in suspended animation too. There's just about 100 billion MP in each of these pods. I try to think of ways to use up this extra mana and a safe way to actually extract it from the unstable pods, but there is nowhere to preserve it all or use it properly yet. There are more important things to do right now. I crush a teleport crystal after collapsing the last dungeon of the day and find myself back in the underground bunker while the sun begins to rise above the Crimson City. Everyone begins to wake up and go about their new routines and normal daily lives as I walk outside. I sense 2 high-level ranked-up chi-wielding individuals on the roof of the guild hall, standing next to the silver throne that I created after the battle, and float up to see Luna and Ari watching the sunrise. I speak up as they see me. Ready to head off to Sector 4? You have quite the adventure ahead of you. They both have serious expressions on their faces, but lighten up when I smile, reaching into my item storage. I have some last-minute gifts for you that I managed to farm last night. The first thing I do is give them both handfuls of teleport crystals and explain briefly how I managed to make them and that they can come back here in an instant whenever they wish. Next, I reach into my storage and pull out the Mythic Grade Stealth skill orb I managed to get from the 41st floor in my right hand, and an assortment of Extreme Grade Element skill orbs in my left. I motion for Ari to take the stealth orb, and he does, holding it in his hand and examining it closely while I let an earth, wind, fire, water, and ice skill orb float above my left hand in front of Luna. Each of them has a slight color tint, indicating which one they are, but I point out each of them individually. These are skill orbs, a product of my new soul energy awakening mixed with my upgraded absorption skill. It allows me to give you each a single skill, adding it to your status permanently. I turn to Ari, using my own Mythic Grade Stealth skill for him to see for himself, completely vanishing from his radar, then reappearing. The one I've presented to you is Mythic Grade Stealth, and it's the highest grade I could get my hands on. You would need to level up 1,300 times to normally achieve a skill of that caliber. Considering you already use Spirit Arrows as your main attack and energy control trainer, and have Dagger Mastery for close-range combat, I think this would be the best option for you. It is very convenient to be invisible to your enemies. He smiles and throws the orb up and down in his hand. Thanks. I agree with you, this is a good option. I turn to Luna next. For you, I thought about giving you a combat skill like swordsmanship or dual wielding, but I think an elemental combat power would be more useful. You could improve your natural mana control and manipulate dungeon mass far easier with a skill like this. Take your pick. The blue orbs float around above my hand for about a full minute before Luna picks one with only white energy inside it. Wind magic? Good choice. We make our way to the Canyon of Dungeons as the sun rises, and both of them continue to examine the small blue marbles curiously the whole way until we enter one of the nearest dungeons. I read out all of the details of these skills perks, along with showing them a few other options of skill orbs I farmed, then finally share the exact skills that I offered to them through my Rising Emperor's domain so they can test them out to see how they like them before committing to anything. After about 20 minutes of playing around with many skills, both of them agree with my initial reasoning and decide these are their best options. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. They each swallow their blue orb, and I watch blue system energy spread throughout each of their bodies in an instant, then disperse into thin air moments later. Both Mythic Grade Stealth and Extreme Grade Wind Summoning now appear on their status windows without me having to share the skills. Luna flies through the sky on gusts of wind, and Ari disappears and reappears in and out of thin air all over the dungeon, even trying out his ranked-up buffs with this skill too, and finding that he can shoot arrows and keep them invisible up until they make contact with their target. Both of them come down to thank me again. Then I place a hand on both of their shoulders, and bring us to the Solaran Dungeon Hub in Sector 4. The morning sun fully rises, and they walk out into the busy streets, off to the abyss outside of the city. I wave them off. I wish you two the best of luck again. I hope to see you soon after you've found what you're looking for. Once I get back to Sector 2, I have a similar conversation with all of my other teammates, giving them teleport crystals and showing them skill orbs, presenting the option to gain a single permanent new ability if they wish. Monk refuses to add any skills to his status while Abby and Maria don't find anything they particularly like. As soul energy users, their fighting style and battle strategies are honed to their current skills, and the only mythic grade options I have left right now are swordsmanship and body hardening. They feel as though I'll most likely find something better in the future, and don't need to use their one chance at acquiring a new skill right now. I feel the same but thought I might as well give them the option. Fisher and Lydia, on the other hand, may already be element and chi users, but additional skills added to their arsenal would be very helpful. I go down my list and let them try out each skill I have available for them to try over the next 30 minutes before they come to their conclusions. Fisher wants a legendary intimidation skill, as he's a very head-on battle-oriented fighter, while Lydia is more of a technical fighter and wants the lifesteal skill to give her an edge in longer battles where she may not be able to outclass her opponent in some fronts. I picture my battle against the 43rd floor boss last night and decide Lydia has made a very good choice. Fisher's need for a scare factor using intimidation may be a very useful trait when leading troops into battle, or overwhelming similarly strengthened opponents to give a mental edge. I give him a few other personal recommendations for other skills, but he stays fixated on intimidation. His stubbornness on this point may actually be for the better. From an army standpoint, this is probably the best thing he could pick to target opponents and work as a leader of a team. It's a powerful tool, especially when paired with Lydia's skill, so I nod with approval. I take out the 2 legendary grade skill orbs and they both swallow them on the spot, erupting with blue system energy, and having these new skills added to their status instantly. We all talk for a while longer about the future, and I bring them in the loop about the upcoming B-class exams and the investigation I have planned in the Apex region. We all come to conclusions about what we should be doing in the meantime. Monk wants to bring his sleeping master back to the monastery and see if he can use some old chi techniques to wake him up or speed up the recovery process. I believe this is a good idea, as maybe it will give us more clues on how to wake everyone else up in the Galeheart Tower too. Fisher and Lydia still have yet to awaken their soul energy, so during Monk's off time, they want to train with him to improve their hand-to-hand combat and absorb more chi in an isolated environment inside the monastery. Maria and Abby want to work on their soul energy too. They've decided to go into closed-door cultivation beneath the 3rd tower where the high-density chi crystals are growing. This will not only stimulate their soul energy cores, but will also be a much-needed extra layer of security. I inform everyone that I will continue overseeing the construction process here, and use my MCP sharing perk to make the Flame Emperor's army far stronger than before. I invite them to come back to Sector 2 and join me to farm MCP whenever they wish. The monsters in the labyrinth on floors 30 to 39 aren't a higher level than us anymore, so the mana control gains are lower percent-wise than when we first farmed there. But even so, it's still much more efficient than learning mana control the old-fashioned way. They agree, and I see them off to Sector 1, carefully transporting Monk's sleeping master with them to the monastery and ensuring that the security protocols for the final tower in the Royal Coin District are being held true. Once they have all been situated, I get back to the Crimson City and receive the new order form from Morris's construction team and take a trip back to Vice City in order to place a 25 platinum order. It's almost 5 times the volume as the last one we placed, but I saw the many sheets of plans that he has outlined, and this is exactly the direction I'd like this growing city to head toward. The Unity Building Supply Co. promises that my order will be fulfilled and ready in a warehouse in under 3 days. There are many unique materials and an extremely high quantity this time around, so a little longer response time is within expectations. I pay in full and leave immediately, thanking them with an extra platinum bar just like last time to ensure they keep our dealings a secret between us. I can tell the Father and Son duo are still in disbelief at my order volume. Their wide eyes and shocked expressions at the pile of precious metal on the table make me chuckle a bit as I walk out the front door. This has been a very productive morning. Now, there's only a few more things to do. I finally make it back to the Crimson City in Sector 2, and head over to the portion of the apartment complex where most of the army recruits that fought alongside me in the war against the Dark One reside. There is a lounge area where many of them hang out and socialize in the morning. Unlike the common villagers I walk by in the town, the elite members of the army recognize my face the moment I enter their lounge, and many stand at attention with respect, stop the conversations they were having, and await orders. I reach into my item storage and pull out 5 elemental skill orbs, letting them spin around slowly in a circle while I speak up. All right, I hope you all had a good celebration and a nice time off after the war. I'm going to need all of you that fought by my side to meet me here by noon. Be geared up and ready to fight some monsters. Spread the word to those who aren't here in the lounge. I have a special gift for everyone and a decision I need you all to individually make. Then we'll be heading back to the dungeons to train. Chapter 512. Over the next hour or so, more recruits make their way to the small lounge area filled with couches, chairs, tables, and random food and magic items left over from whatever leisure activities they were doing before I came. The 3 elemental squad leaders are here, and naturally the others split into the 3 groups they were training and fighting in together. I pull the skill orbs out from my item storage again and let them slowly rotate around my open palm. Today, I'll be giving each of you a chance to permanently add an elemental skill to your status. I look at each of the squad leaders too. And for those of you that already have elements, I'm going to give you an assortment of skills to choose from, but I have a recommendation I believe would be optimal for each of you. I explain how the orbs work, and we all set off to the dungeons so each of them can test out the various elements I have available through my temporary skill share. After about an hour of flying through the air, summoning elements, and destroying large areas of dungeon mass, everyone comes to their conclusions rather quickly. The majority of fighters are split between earth, wind, and fire. Earth is far more common in the defensive types that already have body hardening or similar skills. Air magic is common for long-range attackers and speed types. It also makes air travel much faster. Lastly, fire is a common choice for those that use close-range combat and want more destructive blows. The 3 original elemental squad leaders choose the skill that I recommended to them, self-regeneration. They test out many of the ones I have available, but my reasoning for them being on the front lines and leading attacks and training sessions sticks with them. If they have the ability to lose limbs or take blows that would normally incapacitate them and get up to keep fighting like nothing happened, it will be a very valuable skill as leaders. They agree and accept graciously. All at once, the 37 army recruits swallow the blue orbs and erupt with system energy, adding new skills to their statuses in an instant. Perfect. Now, let's get to work. I bring them all back to the 19th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth where we left off last before the war and share absorption with them so they can collect MCP from every kill. Bursts of elemental magic light up the dungeon as they head off following their 3 team leaders in search of Berserker Giants to continue their training. My Rising Emperor's domain fills nearly the entire dungeon's volume, so I don't have to stay close to each individual party. As long as I'm in the same dungeon as them, they're still able to farm. At the rate they're each killing monsters now, they'll be able to gain a few million MCP an hour each. Once they're a little stronger, I'll bring them to higher floors and their rate of MCP absorption will exponentially increase. Meanwhile, back in the Crimson City, I've tasked one of my body doubles to begin making detailed signs inside of the guild hall with pricing amounts I'm willing to pay for every kind of loot inside of the Canyon of Dungeons. Each item is outlined with the maximum amount needed this month in order to satisfy Breeze Crafts. And I split the remaining 12.5% of the total order's revenue, 22.5 platinum, into reasonable payouts aligning with the rarity and difficulty of farming each item. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. The bulk of the items needed are E and D grade dungeon drops, and thousands of them are necessary, so it's easy to price these out at a few silver per item drop. Most beginner hunters will be able to farm a few of these and make quite a good living. The C-grade items are priced far higher, up to a few gold per drop. I don't believe anyone in this town that isn't a part of the army can farm these just yet, but I'll still leave them up for people to try. Most likely, some of the army recruits will go off and fulfill these orders once they have some free time. I'm not worried about it. This is most importantly to get people used to the system and stimulate the economy a bit. Right now, it's technically losing me money. I could just farm everything myself, but it will be far more convenient for me once my trading deals expand and I can't physically farm enough materials myself. Once all of the signs with pricing are made, I show up to Dan Stryker's mercenary bar and tell him to break the news about extra work being available at the guild hall if anyone wants it. I have my double that is guarding the isolation pod with Ember inside do some extra work, having it wait just above the bunker entrance inside the center room and answer all questions from passersby once a few people come by interested in the details of farming and payouts. By the end of the night, over 24 people have come by in total. My second double stays high above the town to do general surveillance, while my third and final double watches over the dungeons to make sure that everyone entering them is able to handle the monsters inside. Some may challenge higher grade dungeons than they're ready for, so I'll lightly regulate the canyon for now to make sure they don't kill themselves just for an extra silver coin or two. For those that come by, I offer high-grade gear that fits their needs for free as a one-time deal. After the first, they will have to buy it in a basic marketplace I'll be setting up in the guild hall in the upcoming days. Not only will people be able to hand in item drops for profit, I'll be selling crafted gear, mana crystals, and various magic items so they can buy what they wish for personal use as well. 3 days pass. As expected, the farming operation starts off slow, but word of mouth spreads, and I even have to go to Vice City to exchange some of the platinum I'm sitting on for gold and silver coins to craft them into the Flame Emperor's coins to keep up with the expected volume in the future. In just these past 3 days, almost 10% of the E and D grade items necessary have been farmed. On day 1, it was less than 1%, and every day the volume is rising as I give them Regan potions to heal their fatigue and more word of mouth spreads. I'm looking forward to further growth to meet this deadline that now has 27 days remaining. We're right on track. The members of the army that have been training in the labyrinth all have grown very quickly too. In just 2 days, all of them have blown past level 500 and ranked up, making it to the 30th floor, gaining a few hundred million MCP each. By the end of the 3rd day, all of them managed to clear the 30th floor boss solo, surpassing level 750, and as a congratulatory gift for making it this far, I craft a special blood-bonded piece of gear with the extreme-grade element stones they've managed to farm themselves matching with their elements. As we move on to the final stretch of floors, 31 and onward, I see this team of elemental elites becoming an unstoppable army. My goal over the next few weeks is to get every one of them to level 1000 with the mana control and combatability to match it. After another long hard day of training, they all go back to the residential area and relax and have their off time while I get more work done. They all may be rising in mana control drastically, but none of them are near my level where they basically don't have to sleep at all anymore. Every 30 minutes or so while we were training in the labyrinth, I went up to the 39th floor to collect more firestones. At night, while everyone slept, I continued to farm. After these sessions, I've managed to farm 136 more containment stones and have collapsed 14 more dungeons with them ranging from E to D far out in the solitude of the desert. I have more than enough Luminite now to create multiple teleport platforms, so my plan is to see Bree and craft hers while I deliver the first installment of her raw farm dungeon materials. Along with this, the construction materials needed to begin Phase 2 for the Crimson Cities expansion are ready for pickup. This order will be enough to build over 5 times the housing that's available in the city now. It will also expand and fortify the guild hall to look more professional and efficient. More streets and buildings in the outer areas of the town will be made to produce another 20 to 30 shops around the new apartments, and most importantly, enough materials are being purchased to begin making a road as a proper trade route connecting the nearby sectors and smaller isolated villages. So, as the sun sets, I hop into a dungeon and teleport to Vice City to get things in motion. Chapter 513. The first thing I do once I get back to Vice City is visit Bree. I deliver the first 10% of supplies necessary for crafts, and she places them into item boxes so that her craftsmen can begin sorting and making them into magic items starting tomorrow. After this, we brainstorm for a while and come up with a few ways to build her teleportation platform, rehashing old ideas and coming up with new ones too. I propose my stealth bunker idea to her and pull out a sheet of A-grade shielding to test my theory for the concept I'd like to try. Using my mythic grade craftsmanship and imbuing my mythic grade stealth, I give the shielding a new attribute that makes it completely invisible to mana senses below my mana control. The sheet of material creates what looks like an invisible wall that I stand behind in the middle of her study. I'm completely invisible to her senses. It's a new version of mana shielding protection, and I've now named it Stealth Shielding. Both of us walk down to the lower floor of her workshop, the small cellar area right below the ground level floor. I use earth magic to manipulate the concrete and begin easily carving out another room below this one. It is about 10 by 10 meters with a high 4-meter ceiling. There is only one small square opening that leads upward. I coat the walls with new A-grade stealth shielding everywhere else. Looking in from the outside, it's as if it isn't even here. I pull out the same containment jar I used before, full of Luminite, a 5 by 5 sheet of shielding to use as a crafting base, and a mountain of newly farmed mana crystals from my nightly labyrinth raids. Then, I share my mythic grade craftsmanship skill with Bree and speak up while motioning her forward. It's your platform, so please, you do the honors. After a few flashes of bright white light, Bree uses up about a third of what is inside the Luminite reserves and makes herself a fully usable platform along with over 400 teleport crystals from the leftover mana. She even attempts a craft without using the mythic grade interface and is able to craft more transport crystals with her legendary grade skill because there are no extremely complex crafts happening that need the mythic grade interface. She is already the owner of the platform. I take a handful of crystals and place them into my item storage along with the leftover Luminite, along with creating a special 2-layer hatch. The top is made of ordinary concrete that blends in with the floor, and the bottom half is stealth-imbued shielding to complete the seal to the secret room. We plan to meet again in a few days once her contacts in the Bedrock region get her some Real Scannable Association IDs sourced for Ember and me. I leave with a smile and head off to the industrial sector of Vice City to pick up the rest of the construction supplies. Once I arrive, the older woman assistant leads me to 3 separate warehouses full of building materials just like before. 2 of them are similar in size to the last warehouse I picked up supplies from, and the third is at least 10 times as large. The goods I ordered stretch over a full kilometer in length, and it still only fills up a quarter of this mega warehouse space. As we strike up a conversation from location to location, she explains that years ago in the old era, they used to fill orders of this size regularly, but with Earth magic users and dungeon material becoming more abundant in construction, they don't get newer customers like me anymore. She even offers me trucks again to ship everything out, but I politely refuse and ask to be alone in the warehouses as I cover the cameras and let the enormous amount of materials fall into my item storage. I make sure to thank her for the privacy and tell her I'll be back at some point for an even bigger order in the future. The sky is jet black with only dim starlight once I get back to Sector 2. But I work on crafting another 5 warehouses far away from the Crimson City next to the one I made before so I can store all these items here for the construction workers when they start their shift tomorrow. For days pass. Life in the Crimson City goes on as usual. I meet with the craftsman team before they start Phase 2 of construction and bring them to the labyrinth to power level them, making sure all of their skills are legendary and gifting those who want them extreme strength and others extreme earth magic to help with their day-to-day tasks. They begin making 2 more large residential areas, along with streets filled with empty storefronts to prepare for expansion. A special team gets tasked with building the guild hall up, making offices and specific rooms inside, and my body double that works there helps with making sure everything is made exactly how I'd like it. Another team gets to work on the small prison rehabilitation system, and all of the slaves that I've been forcing labor upon get formal sentences drawn up. I use my lie detector skill to find out how long they worked for their gang leaders and multiply this time by the number of slaves they personally kidnapped and forced to do labor. I've added additional years depending on how many innocents they've killed. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Some are new to the trade and only have 6 to 12 months of time to serve, while others are longtime grunts, right-hand men to their old leaders. Their sentences are many, many years. The reactions are mixed. Some are thankful that I'm giving them a second chance at life, while others are resentful and still look at me with the eyes of killers. It doesn't matter to me. These are the rules I've put in place and they must follow. I dose them with the elixir of suggestion again and give them back to the construction team under Maurice to get them back to work. Meanwhile, over these 4 days, the MCP farming with the elemental elites progresses very quickly. Although their raw talent isn't as impressive as my teammates, they all still manage to make it up to floor 38 and 39 by the end of this cycle. Each individual has managed to absorb over 1 billion MP, and some groups of them can take out the massive sandworms on the 38th floor, while only a single team of 12 led by the Fire Elemental Squad leader, Rachel, is able to take down the base-level elite Minotaurs. No one is capable of defeating the mutant on the 39th floor yet, but it's a work in progress. They still need more raw power and technical training. Another bottleneck is the pure amount of monsters we're able to fight at these higher floors. The respawn rate is relatively slow for 37 hunters looking to all gain power quickly. So, we stay in the floor 33 to 35 range for the most efficient MCP farming most of the days. However, when everyone is fresh at the beginning of every session, we go up to the higher floors to test their combat abilities with high-intensity battles and to farm pure level gains. I hope to see them all be able to take on the 39th floor boss alone by the time we finish another week of training. It seems like a reasonable goal. Then, I'll actually be on track to ranking them all up a second time before this month is over. During my downtime, I continue to farm element stones and collapse dungeons out in the desert. Over 4 more days, I managed to farm 188 more, collapsing 20 E-grade dungeons. I found that it takes fewer containment stones worth of MP to collapse an E-grade dungeon, but the mass of luminite that falls out is exactly the same as the mass that comes from D-grade dungeons. It's far more time and energy efficient to target E-grade dungeons when farming luminite. However, I'm not sure if this is entirely true. I may be inefficiently farming luminite altogether. Every D-grade dungeon that I've collapsed, I've shrunk down to an E-grade dungeon before fully destroying it. So, I haven't found a way to tell if this affects the total luminite mass that falls out yet. Considering this, I begin to change things up during my nightly tests, and I come across quite an interesting phenomenon. It's gotten to the point where I have to travel further than 400 kilometers out into the desert sometimes to find new rogue dungeons. Now, with over 300 full containment stones with roughly 7 billion MP stored inside each one, I've been constantly thinking up ways to use this energy. At 4:30 in the morning, roughly 470 kilometers away from the Crimson City, so far away that the terrain has changed from desert to grasslands, hinting that I'm nearing the border of Sector 3, I finally decide to do another test with a fresh E-grade dungeon. It's a standard mountain terrain dungeon, and there are wolves inside, ranging from level 40 to 50. These are the most common dungeons I find out here in the low mana density areas of the empty space between civilizations. Instead of using a newly crafted empty containment stone in this dungeon, I pull out one of the full containment stones and set it down in the center of the dungeon. It slowly gives off mana radiation, but overall, the stone is fairly stable. A few hundred MP leaks out every minute. It'd take forever to naturally decay and release all of its energy. So I fly far away, over 2 kilometers in distance to the edge of the dungeon near the exit portal and aim a high-powered mana slash back in the direction I came. Using my new mythic grade telekinesis skill upgrade, I'm able to easily aim this shot with pinpoint accuracy onto the target. The moment the slash hits the containment stone, it shatters and releases its energy. I jump out of the exit portal and let chaos ensue. In the darkness of the open flatlands, I watch the blue glowing portal slowly shift from blue to red, and a grin comes across my face. A dungeon break. I wait a few more minutes before jumping back inside the portal to find a massive hole torn through the center of the mountainous dungeon, and billions of MP being absorbed into the natural dungeon mass. The wolves that respawn after this blast are surprisingly all level 50 to 55, and some have odd mutant traits like fire magic or intimidation, unlike the normal level 40 to 50 monsters in this dungeon. I've seen the levels of monsters go down every time I steal mana from a dungeon, and now I see there is potential to make them go up as well. It gets me curious about many things. Is there a limit to how high a certain dungeon's monster levels can go? Is that why there are breaks? Can this process of decreasing and increasing monster levels work in labyrinths too? As these ideas rush through my head, the only conclusion is that I just need to test things out and see. I let another full containment stone fall from my inventory and repeat the process, firing a high-density mana slash at it and hopping out the dungeon exit. My eyes widen once I get outside and watch the bright red portal slowly shift back to blue. It's stabilized the dungeon. I jump inside again, and the entire terrain inside begins to shift and change before my eyes. The mountainous environment becomes more of a thicker forest area, and a new variant of high E-grade orc monsters level 60 to 70 start to spawn in. The wolves dissolve back into the dungeon along with the rocky terrain like they were never even here, and everything starts to click into place as I come up with plausible theories for what I've just witnessed. Dungeons break when too much mana is brought inside them. The most common procedure hunters use to stop these breaks is to kill the final boss and collapse the entire dungeon. A precaution many guilds and the association itself use to keep dungeons at bay is to constantly farm them, taking resources away to balance out the mana brought in by hunters and the natural mana in the air that flows in. I've just found another way to stop a break. Instead of bringing it back down to its old stable level, it's possible to push the dungeon to evolve and grow to hit a stable level at a higher level rank. Just like a labyrinth adds floors over many years of farming mana from hunters, it seems it's possible to increase the strength of a singular dungeon in the same way. My mind races with more questions, but I decide to just do a few more tests, adding about 10 more containment stones to this dungeon and bringing the level of monsters inside above level 100 in just over an hour and roughly 70 billion additional MP. Still left in my storage, there is over 2 trillion MP worth of containment stones, and I decide if I'm going to be using this resource on anything to raise its value, it should be in the dungeons back by the Crimson City. My mind fixates specifically on the high B-grade dungeon far below the others that I have sectioned off for personal use. It could be an incredibly valuable resource if I could make the monsters inside it even stronger. The sun is starting to rise, and I have another full day of training to get back to today with the army. In addition to this, Bree should be coming by today for a check-in too. I'll be letting this brand new D-grade dungeon sit for a while. If it is still stable with no adverse effects of foreign mana being injected into it after a full day passes, that will be a good sign that it is safe to begin tests on dungeons closer to home. Chapter 514. I use a teleport crystal to transport back to the Crimson City. Then collect the loot that has been farmed by all of the townspeople over the last 4 days from my body double in the guild hall. It's an additional 20% of the total necessary. Most of the C-grade items have been handed in by the army recruits after training hours. Adding this to the 10% farmed earlier in the week, that's 30% of the total. At this rate, I'll have everything I need well before the deadline. I stop by the residential area where most of the army recruits stay and send a message to the 3 squad leaders that training will be delayed a few hours this morning. If they'd like to train in the dungeons while I'm out, my double is there to help them, but MCP farming and supervised high-floor labyrinth training won't start until I'm done with some business. Once the word begins to spread, I crush another transport crystal and make it to the stealth bunker beneath Bree's workshop in Vice City to deliver the goods. I give her a telepathy greeting that I've arrived, then walk up through the floors as all of her workers stay focused on their morning tasks. She collects the raw farmed item drops, then reaches under her desk with a smile and shows me something I've been waiting for. Your IDs, I sourced these both from 2 registered hunters in the Bedrock region that went missing during a series of dangerous high C-grade dungeon breaks a while back, one that got out of hand and monsters actually escaped to the city. Some call it the Bedrock Catastrophe. There were over 100 casualties and thousands injured. A few black market contacts managed to retrieve many IDs from the rubble of the break once everything was over. She places 2 C-Class Hunters Association IDs onto her desk. Gotta make money out of whatever you can sometimes. One is labeled Ray Anderson, C-Class, Grade 2 Lightning, and the other, Emery Carter, C-Class, Grade 1 Fire. It's been over a year with no sightings of either of them. They had no families, no friends, and no work relationships other than a handful of merchants in the heart of Bedrock City. They were never pronounced dead or even reported missing. I have guaranteed confirmation they are dead, but looking from the outside it's a plausible story that the 2 of them went off-grid and trained up above level 500 and have now finally resurfaced to try and take the B-class exams. So, if anyone asks, that's where you've been. I nod and look down at the cards again to see the pictures of 2 young men, both around 25 years old if I had to guess. Ray has black hair and tan skin while Emery is more fair-skinned with bright red hair. My gaze turns up to Bree, and I chuckle. Is this what you think we look like? It is pretty similar, and even the names sound like ours. Ray and Emery? Like Jay and Ember? How'd you? Bree shrugs, then pushes the cards forward on the desk. I have quite the selection to choose from. There's a large network of identity theft in the black market beneath the 8 great regions. The Dark Continent isn't the only place shady business thrives. If you gave me enough time, a few months, I could have even had perfect matches made for you. Name, face, skills, class, and even scannable to the association, but considering you're dead to them and well known as one of the former Vice Region's elites, I assume some names that don't match exactly were a better fit for you too. I nod and take the cards off the table. You're right. That was a good decision. Now, what's with the grading next to their names? A Grade 2 Lightning? And a Grade 1 Fire? I've never seen that before. Every region has their own unique grading system at their association branch. The only thing every region shares in common is the letter grade. The Bedrock IDs have a second signature on them, showing your element type if you have one and the power level on it. Grade 1 just means basic grade. Grade 2 is advanced. I place the IDs into my item storage and nod. Got it. So it looks like I'll be a lightning wielder during the exams. That's right. I'll be submitting your new names to Rodrigo this week to have him get you 2 registered. Great. Bree nods, satisfied that I'm happy with her work in securing these IDs, and begins sorting through the piles of raw item drops I've managed to get for her. I help out with the sorting too for a few minutes, using telekinesis from a distance and thinking about a new large craft I want built in the city. Over the last few days the construction teams have been moving very quickly, especially thanks to the new skills I granted some of them and the power leveling to bring all their current skills up to legendary grade. At this rate, they'll be moving on to the next phase of the project soon, which is building out a trade route through the desert from the Crimson City through many small self-sustaining villages out in the desert. Plus, connecting the city itself to major networks like Valor City, and eventually even Solara. With this in mind, the possibility of new people coming by for trade or even wanting the option to stay in the Crimson City will be a reality. I want to have a place where outsiders can trade freely and interact with those that want the interactions, but I also want a secluded area within the city where only members of my Rising Emperor's domain can interact. So I ask Bree a question. Do you know any way to make long-lasting force fields? Like mana shielding, but invisible, and only harmful to certain people. As these words leave my mouth, I remember how when I was first challenging the Dark One, flying over the desert and releasing deadly waves of fire imbued with soul energy, those under my protection were not burned by my flames. I want to create something like this to protect the town, but I'm not sure how to even start going about it. Bree thinks for a moment to herself and shakes her head. I'm not sure. She walks over to her hidden bookcase, turning the dagger on the shelf by the wall to open it up again and reveal a few old books, pointing at them. Feel free to look through these if you wish, you might find something. I haven't memorized them all. I walk over and do as she says, using telekinesis to gently pick up each old crafting book and sift through them. Some are printed, others are handwritten, and some aren't even books, they're just papers stacked together with old crafting recipes inside. While I flip through the pages, Bree continues to sort the raw items I brought for her today. Despite the look of many of these books, most of the crafting recipes are common knowledge to someone like me that has a mythic-grade crafting skill. However, they do give interesting insight to certain crafts even though they aren't exactly what I'm looking for. I find that there are certain ways to imbue elements and skills into items using large amounts of people's blood even at the special grade or legendary grade rating of a craftsmanship skill. As long as the blood is being drawn while the skill is activated, and the craftsman uses enough mana as a catalyst, there is a non-zero chance that mythic-grade crafts like imbuing skills into items are plausible. There are even rare cases where makeshift skill orbs were created by chance with long sessions of blood draining to craft special items and even infusions to swap the blood of the skill holder to a person that wants that skill. A lot of these trials seem highly illegal, and there are even notes of a number of casualties during some trials, but they have notations here that the experiments have worked. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Although no skill transfers or consumable orbs in these trials seem to be permanent, some of them do last up to 3 to 6 months in some cases. Others have reported certain aspects of skills staying in their systems longer, but to a far less potent degree than even a basic no-grade skill. I've heard of people buying skills in the past before, and even seen some association workers with over 2 skills in their status. I can only assume they've managed to find a replicable way to do the same, but from what I've gathered here, it is nowhere near as safe, seamless, and permanent as my version of skill orbs. I scan the books more and more, looking for keywords like shielding, barrier, or force field, but nothing other than recipes for mana shielding come up in my searches. There's only one single paper that shows something remotely similar to what I'm attempting to make. It's a self-recorded study done by one craftsman that managed to reach level 500 many years back. Despite being a craftsman by day, he also fought in dungeons by night, and mostly used defensive gear and spawn camping tactics to power level himself higher in search of new levels of crafting. His ranked-up buff reflected his battle tactics, and he awakened a force field buff just like the one I'm trying to make. It allowed objects to come in that he wanted and pushed objects away that were perceived as dangerous to him. After many tests, his detailed notes show him using a similar method to the crude blood-draining rituals of skill imbuement, but while having his buff activated the whole time. He managed to imbue this buff into many objects over his years of testing. These include shields, swords, and even mana shielding itself to make barriers that would let certain objects in and out according to the parameters he sets. Once I get to the end of the page, I flip it around to read more, but there's nothing left. I search through all of the other notes and books a second time, trying to find his name in any other papers or books, but it never shows up. The floating papers all drift back to the bookshelf, and I hold only the one in my hand, then turn to Bree, who has finished her item sorting. I think I found what I'm looking for. Well, at least something close to it. She smiles. Good. Now I have a busy day of meetings and crafting to get to with these new items. I look up at a clock on the wall and see that over an hour and a half has gone by while I was immersed in the papers. Oh yes, I have a long day ahead of me too. Thanks, Bree, for the IDs and this paper. I'll see you soon. I crush a teleport crystal and come back to the Crimson City with about an hour left to kill before the time I said I'd be back to train the recruits again. In this time, I have a few new crafting methods to try out. I make my way out to the open desert right outside of the city about 1 kilometer away and begin merging high B-grade items from the labyrinth with large amounts of blood imbued with the same fiery soul energy that I used to burn my enemies but protect my allies. Many of the item drops just burn up on the spot or turn into various unstable and cursed items. However, after using self-regeneration to regrow all the blood in my body over 5 times, I finally get a stable reading once I try imbuing this energy into a sheet of A-grade shielding. It shifts to become blood red, but doesn't instantly decay or show any difference on its appraisal reading. However, I'm positive it's different. There is soul energy inside the shielding now, and it's continuously radiating its energy in place. I want to see if it has the same properties as I'd wished for, so I fly back to the city and ask for one of the prisoners to take a few minutes off of his shift as well as a random townsperson. They both stand out in the desert with clueless looks on their faces as I point to the red glowing square of shielding on the ground while I myself am flickering with black fire in my Flame Emperor's disguise. Both of you touch it, then step back. If it harms you, I'll repay you the damages and more. Both of them hesitantly walk forward and lean down to touch the red glowing metal. The man who shares a link of loyalty with me pushes his hand right through the energy easily and touches the pure metal backing like nothing is there. His confusion turns to a smile as he lifts his hand out from the red aura, and it appears nothing at all has happened to him. The prisoner pushes his hand through just like this man, and the opposite happens. He does not share the same link of loyalty that the other man does through my buff, and the fiery soul energy reacts much differently with him. The instant his hand touches the energy of the red aura, it begins to melt away. His fingers to forearm disintegrate to nothing before he yells and pulls his hand back, and the place that last made contact continues to burn with dark red flames. Even as he falls back, the fire continues to burn him, creeping down his arm before I use a dense mana blade to cut it off right above the flames. Still, now he's dripping blood into the sand, but I throw him a mythic grade regeneration potion, and he drinks it without question with eyes filled with fear. I stare forward at the red glowing square of shielding while the man's arm starts to slowly regrow and come up with another idea. I'll take a month off your sentence for every test you continue to do with me. Well, you have no choice, but that's the offer I'm giving you. I turn to the man that already has a link of loyalty with me and nod. Thank you for trusting me. You don't have to proceed if you don't want to, but your help would be appreciated. I'll give you a gold for every test you do with me if you want. If all goes well, you should never have to worry as long as we're still connected through the link made when you first entered this city. He takes a deep breath, and I go into further detail about what I'm trying to make. After clarification, he agrees to help, understanding that he's not the one in danger here. The tests go on for another full 30 minutes as I manage to imbue more soul energy infused blood into more shielding, and exactly the same result comes back. I even create a ring of shielding about 15 m wide, and when imbuing soul energy infused blood into the entirety of the outside, it makes a small red-tinted dome. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I try to do the math, thinking about how large this city will grow to be. It's already a few kilometers in distance from the far area of warehouses to the guild and residential areas. The Canyon of Dungeons needs to be protected from outsiders too, and that's another few kilometers away as well. I need to make a dome at least 10 kilometers wide to fit everything I want in the inner city, and I don't have anywhere near enough shielding to produce something that large right now. Even if I asked for every last piece of scrapped A-grade shielding from the Valor City Towers, that wouldn't be enough. I need to get creative. As the time ticks down before my training session with the Elemental Elites, I rack my brain for more options. Then an idea comes to mind. My blood-bonded infinite essence of regeneration. It is the product of the 7th-ranked Dark Guard's clear energy crystal and silver metallic arrowhead left behind from the 2nd-ranked Dark Guard. It's malleable and can form into whatever shape I desire. It's also high enough grade that I believe it won't become a cursed item when I try to craft with it. I think about it a little longer, then decide to go for it, making the silver substance float in front of me and expand in the air. I stare forward, concentrating, and form the liquid into the shape of a large dome, twice the size of the one I made with the mana shielding moments ago. I use the same amount of blood and soul energy, and the same reaction follows. The outside of the silver dome tints bright red instantly. My eyes widen at the sight, and I decide to expand the metallic dome. As I do, the red barrier around it grows in size but lessens in density. The same amount of energy as I started with spreads out to create a larger dome. I make the base of the dome 100 m in diameter before I stop, then place a hand on the outer silver layer. I can feel every bit of it. The item is blood bonded with me, and the soul energy surrounding it feels as if it's still connected to me. Yet there is now more room in my core to recharge it with mana and chi later. I hold the soul energy in place just how it is for a few minutes straight, then take a deep breath and begin to let the metallic dome disappear starting at the top. The thin silver metal disappears, but the large red dome stays in place exactly the same form. Once the silver metal hits the sand near the bottom, I stop making it shrink and all that's left is a massive silver ring, keeping the huge red dome formation steady in the air. I motion for my 2 test subjects to do as I say. The one connected through my link walks through the red wall of energy like there isn't anything there but open air. The grunt hesitantly touches the wall again and jumps back once it starts to burn him. I stare up at my creation with awe and picture it at a much larger scale covering the entire city as a final line of defense. I let the prisoner heal and thank the villager again, making sure to repay them both with what I promised and have them go back to their daily lives. The villager is escorted back to the bar and I bring the worker back to the construction crew, asking Maurice for an updated map of the city so I can plan out how exactly I'll make this happen once I need to do it at a larger scale. As I place the map into my storage, I see the infinite essence of regeneration is not on my status at all anymore. It is an independent object out in the distance holding up the red dome in the desert. I come back alone and it's still standing perfectly. Placing my hand on the edge of the barrier, I let soul energy leak out from my palm, and the coloring gets much denser as the barrier itself gets stronger. Satisfied with the results here, I swallow 3 full chi pills and plunder a few mana crystals to restore the soul energy lost during these tests. Unlike chi and mana separately, the perfect mixture between the two, that is soul energy, doesn't regenerate instantly. I hardly used up 10% of my core for the tests done today, but recovering this much will still take about 2 hours to come back to its 100% natural fully usable state. I float down to the desert ground level and touch the metallic circle that keeps this dome steady. Once I do, it re-equips to my status, and I instantly reform its malleable state back into a small ring that fits around my finger. Instead of just being silver like it was before, it now glows red, but the soul energy is leaking out of it at a fairly steady rate. I can tell it's not permanently imbued. The large part of the structure that kept it stable has now disappeared, and I watch the dome of red energy begin to drift away into the atmosphere like residue from an attack. I make sure to take notes of everything that's happened today, adding my own experiments to the pool of data that craftsmen have collected, then place it all into my item storage before heading to the residential area to meet the elemental army. I have a long day of MCP farming to do, then I need to make a visit to Monk at the monastery in Valor City to pick up some more chi pills if I want to attempt creating a stable barrier that covers this entire settlement. Chapter 5:15. The day goes on, and I continue training the elites in the labyrinth. Over the last week, while bringing them all from the lower level 400s to now mid-level 900s, I've gained a fair share of MCP myself, especially while training alone at night. My focus right now is mainly training my troops and expanding the city, but I still want to find a way to get stronger and climb higher floors of the labyrinth too if I can. The billions of MCP gains that add to my energy control are slightly noticeable, but there are no overwhelming increases in strength. My best gauge of power is to think back to the creature I battled on the 43rd floor atop that mountain, and I'm sure even with the strength gains I have now, that fight wouldn't have been any easier. To improve and have a chance against the 44th floor, I need a drastic change in the style of training or find a way to create an isolation pod myself. Even throughout all the notes I read through this morning, there was no mention of anything like it at all. It seems the one ember is in now is the only one left, and possibly my only reference to try to recreate one in the future. For now, I stick to the tasks at hand and make my way to Valor City once the training session for today is over. Once I arrive, I'm greeted by Lith in his lobbymen, and he takes me on a quick tour to explain what I've missed out on while I was busy. We make our way through the rooms of fighters that were rescued, and they're all in comas with life support and feeding tubes attached to them. Lith comments on the situation. Not a single one has died. They have no life-threatening illness or anything. They just won't wake up. It's as if their bodies are using all of their energy to heal a wound that isn't there. I do full body scans of every one of the 93 fighters, over half of which are over level 500. None of them have gained any of their status features back. They're wiped completely clean. There doesn't seem to be any major disruptions in their natural mana flow either. Every single one of them seems to be able to move energy around their bodies at a normal rate. However, Lith is right, the way they are moving this mana is interesting. It's as if they're all subconsciously attempting the same thing. It looks exactly the same as the mana flow within me when the perk of my self-regeneration skill detoxifies alcohol or poison in my system. High levels of mana control can create a similar effect to a lesser degree, healing people faster than the average unawakened human. The only problem is, there is nothing for their systems to heal. The same useless cycle is going on repeat, even after we leave the building and make our way into the streets of the inner city. This phenomenon irks me. I'll find a way to fix them. Please, keep them in a stable state until I find a cure. Lith nods and promises to do so as we walk past the two sites of the old Dark One's towers that have been stripped from the kilometer-high skyscrapers down to open plots of land in the center of the city. The third tower has 8 guards outside. There are 2 Black Knights on each side of the tower, and I can sense that the shielding is doubled up just as I requested, and there's now an elevator and multiple empty floors that lead up to each of them. Lith waves for his guards to step aside and we enter the lobby. I see the floor in the center of the room is still sealed off to the public, but it isn't my earth magic from before. It's a combination of Maria and Abby's earth and ice. I sense blue and green soul energy within the mass created to cover the underground entrance. Not a drop of chi comes out and I nod with approval. I assume they haven't come out since they went in? Lith shakes his head. Yes, but, well, no. The man from the monastery did come by with a few devices a few times, but the 2 women that went down never came back up. I nod, picturing Monk bringing down supplies to farm chi pills while Abby and Maria are cultivating in the high chi density environment. Makes sense. We better not disturb them then. I'll go check on Monk in the Platinum District. I pause. I guess I don't really need a wristband anymore or have to use the main entrances to go into the actual city. Lith shrugs. The only person that can punish you for breaking the rules is the leader of this city. So, are you going to tell on yourself? I roll my eyes and chuckle. I guess not. We walk out of the tower and make our way to the Black Gate inside the Royal Coin section of the city and walk through it to the Platinum District. On the way over, I update him on the volume of orders being crafted and guesstimate how much longer it'll be until I have all the crafted materials ready. Lith stays within the center of the city and waves me off. Very good, you're right on schedule. Just about 3 more weeks before they need to be all ready to ship. I look forward to introducing you to the Sector 3 and regional leaders on the mainland once we deliver the goods. See you soon. The gate shuts behind me and I make my way through the Platinum District streets as night falls, reaching the Black Pyramid, and passing the 2 guards in the narrow hallway that leads inside without them batting an eye. I assume Monk told them I would eventually come by. Once I make contact with the black material that makes this fortress, my system begins to fade in and out like usual, but my soul energy feels completely intact. The mana that has successfully merged with chi isn't negated at all by this stone. Just to be safe, I use only pure chi to open the doors and make my way down into the monastery. I walk through the main hall to try and find the training rooms where Monk usually resides, and let my senses seep through the walls before I pinpoint him in one of the rooms far away. It is just him and his sleeping master in a room alone. I can sense his palms on the old man's chest, and he's releasing high-density waves of chi into his body over and over again as I continue to walk down the hall. Once I get to the black stone door, I wonder if I should disturb the ritual that's going on here. But before I decide, Monk stops and walks over to the door and opens it himself. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Long time no see. I've made some progress, your timing is excellent. As I shake Monk's hand to greet him, I see his master's eyes open in the bed at the back of the room. They look around for a few moments, and Monk leads me over to the side of the bed. A faint whisper comes out of the old man's lips as he makes eye contact with me. I will repay your kindness. You have given me a chance to live again. I will beat this curse. A smile crosses his face and his eyes close while the excess chi that Monk pushed into his body begins to flow out at a natural rate. The old man falls back into his coma-like state, and Monk turns to me. See, I'm on the right path here. Last week, when I started this treatment, I couldn't get more than an eye twitch out of him. Now he's able to resume consciousness for a few seconds every time I complete a cycle. There's a chance. I nod and stare down at the man, watching how his natural chi flows around his body at a very slow rate. It almost looks normal. There aren't the odd fluctuations and subconscious forced healing cycles that happen with the other lower-level fighters' mana. Interesting. So there is a way to treat them with chi. I turn to Monk. So with enough chi, everyone in that tower could be healed. He nods. Theoretically, yes, but that would be a large use of resources without any proper results yet. Yes, I'm not saying to start trials immediately. I'm just thinking of ideas. Lith said he's able to keep them healthy in their suspended state for a while. Take all the time you need to heal your master. Monk bows. Of course. Then I respond with the main reason I came here. How has the farming operation on the new crystals been going? I have an unrelated side project that needs a large amount of chi to be completed. Monk smiles and turns to the door. It's been going very well, actually. Right this way. We walk down the hall deeper into the monastery, and when we pass one of the training rooms, two incredibly dense forces of chi are colliding at high speeds inside. The flow of chi feels just like Fisher and Lydia's. It is about the same raw strength as when I last saw them use it, but it is far more refined and precise. They've been working on their fighting styles in here with no mana at all for a week straight. I can tell their movements and striking accuracy is improving at fast rates. Monk even comments on them as we pass. They're talented fighters. That man has an ego that powers him on the battlefield, and that woman is sharp. Fisher may have more raw talent than her, but Lydia hasn't lost a single battle. It's always by a hair, but she finds a way to win. Something is driving her to improve every day, but she's never mentioned what it is. I smile, happy to see the two of them are improving while I work, but think about Monk's comments deeper as we continue to walk. Fisher was my mentor for a short period of time when I first joined the association. Monk is right in his assessment. He wants to get stronger and his ego leads him to believe he can best any opponent. It is fairly simple looking from the outside why he fights. Lydia, on the other hand, I've never delved into her mindset or true nature. She carries a unique curved blade, has an unknown background other than the fact that she was partnered with Maria to teach her ice magic before the association cut us off. Her intellect is very high, but she doesn't talk much at all since she was kidnapped by the Sector 4 leader. Her focus has been the same as everyone's, trying to stay alive and get stronger. I am curious what is really on her mind sometimes, and why she fights, but now isn't the time to find out. There's a series of loud cracks of chi that vibrate throughout that training room as they continue to spar, and Monk points to a door at the end of the hall. Once the door opens, I find that it's a storage room full of silver containment cases. One of them has over 200 chi pills inside of it, which are the total chi pills collected over just the last week alone. He says there are more than enough to conduct whatever tests are necessary, and I'm free to take them all, but I just take 100 and tell him to store the rest securely. With great resource abundance like this, it is a perfect time to start making a stockpile rather than use them up unnecessarily. He agrees to continue saving half of the supply and keep half available for treatment testing, training, and miscellaneous tests and missions that come up in the future. After that, he promises to continue treating his master and farming chi and report the findings once I return. I leave the monastery and crush a teleport crystal to come back to the Crimson City to continue my tests with the essence of infinite regeneration. The metallic item is already bonded with my blood and soul energy, so the only thing I have to do to progress further is expand the silver mass out to whatever shape I desire and imbue it with the raw soul energy that resides deep inside me. Far out in the desert where I do my tests, I push the dome of red soul energy to over a full 3 kilometers in diameter, and it takes my full core of remaining soul energy to power it all. The barrier is mostly transparent but shimmers light red, and I can tell it's strong enough to keep out large portions of enemies that would try to attack. The fact that it's my soul energy and it's fully concentrated on a single point means a monster equal to my power would have the possibility of breaking through it if they concentrated all of their power in a single point and tried to rip a hole through it. However, if there's really a creature or person of that strength trying to get into this barrier, I probably have bigger issues to worry about. Once my soul energy base is completely depleted for the night and I swallow a handful of chi pills along with plundering some mana crystals, the gradual soul energy restoration process begins. I relax for the rest of the night, watching the red dome and find that less than 0.01% of it dissolved into the atmosphere overnight. This means I will have to charge it at some point, but if left alone it will stay very strong for quite a while. It isn't until midday, during the Elemental Elites training session the next day, that my natural pool of soul energy reaches full again. To my surprise, it surpasses what it was yesterday by a noticeable amount. It's far more dense and potent. The act of depleting my soul energy stores down to nearly nothing. Then recombining chi and mana floods my body with a new surge of power that gives me an idea. This is how I'll get stronger. 6 days pass. I continue to train the elites and their MCP growth has reached multiple billions at this point. Teams of 12 to 14 are led by their squad leaders and they're now capable of defeating the 39th floor boss room by themselves. Every single elemental elite has surpassed level 990. The final stretch is here. I've also managed to farm another 341 containment stones this week and collapse 32 rogue dungeons out in the desert, making my luminite total in my storage even larger. The dungeon out in the desert that I artificially increased in level was still stable when I went back to check on it, giving me the green light to begin releasing the containment stones I farmed into the high B-grade dungeon in the bottom of the canyon. It starts off with monsters between level 710 to 730. After using all of the leftover stones from the week before on it, along with the new 341 stones from this week, the total mana released into the dungeon reaches close to 5 trillion MP. The level of monsters inside it now has hit 880 to 900. It takes more and more stones to bring the levels up higher at these stages. It definitely takes less MP to raise the levels of an E-grade dungeon. But my goal here isn't efficiency, it's to get this dungeon to spawn double ranked up monsters. I've never been in a dungeon that reached heights this high, but I can tell I'm getting close to achieving this creation. Over 30% more loot is farmed by the village hunters and off-duty elites as well, bringing the total of the amount needed to complete all orders to 60%. There are 2 weeks left to farm the remaining 40%. In addition to this, over these 6 days, I repeat a similar process with the soul energy barrier too. By day, I continue to train the elites, and by night, I work on expanding the dome of soul energy by depleting my base almost entirely. The dome grows over 3 times in size, reaching about 10 kilometers just like I set out to do, and the density of the shielding is twice as strong as it was on day 1. I make an announcement to the villagers that I'll be placing a protective barrier around the outer edges of the city, and use my telekinesis to move the entire structure from out in the desert where I was testing it to place it down on top of the warehouse, city, and even the canyon of dungeons. Once it hits the sand, I replicate one of the tests I tried on shielding and other objects earlier this week, and shape the essence of infinite regeneration into a mirror image of itself to form a second upside-down facing dome underground. The density of the shielding is diluted to half its strength to form this second inverted dome. With a silver ring around its center point, a massive red sphere protects this entire city from the air and underground. The only people capable of walking through its transparent crimson-tinted walls are those that have sworn loyalty to me and have a link of loyalty through the rising Emperor's domain. As the morning sun rises, the red dome glimmers in the golden light. From the outside, all of the newly built streets and residential complexes look as if they're a light shade of red. Anyone visiting in the future will now know exactly why this settlement is called the Crimson City. Chapter 5:16. The craftsman teams have used up nearly half of the materials I delivered to them last week, and the impressive new apartment complexes rising up 5 to 10 stories for future residents are completed. There's enough room to increase the population of this city tenfold if needed. The new streets are built, and dozens of new storefronts line the roads, ready for businesses to move in. 2 small grocery stores are built, and I task a body double to buy supplies from large chains in Vice City and Solara. This will have to do until I can barter some deals with Sector 3 to buy fresh produce in large quantities directly from them. Some of the villagers take positions as managers, and the teens and villagers in their early 20s take jobs to stock the shelves and work registers. Many of the small shops and businesses that were set up during the first construction wave hire people to work in them too. And with the influx of new money to villagers from my weekly aid packages and the increase in coin supply from the Guildhall's farming requests, the economy begins to move along on its own. Less than 10% of people are now unemployed. Many don't fully rely on my aid packages, but the reassurance that they will be taken care of gives them trust to take risks in their business and have fun in their personal lives too. Dan Stryker's Mercenary Bar mostly sells drinks and food, but there have been a few private trading requests for materials in the dungeons that can be farmed that the Guildhall isn't offering to buy. I'm sure my requests for goods will fluctuate every month. It won't always be the same items. So it's great to see if people have usual dungeons they like to farm or special requests. There will always be other places to sell that loot if it's not on the Guildhall list. Back in the Guildhall itself, the entirety of the structure has been renovated. The base that is open to the public at ground level has a new glossy floor, imported tables and comfortable furniture for people to relax in, professional signs with pricing for goods being sold that can be controlled by a device from inside the octagonal center room, and even a new board on the wall that shows the pricing for basic gear and potions for hunters to buy at cheap prices so they can be fully protected and prepared to hunt in the dungeons. I hire a few people to work inside the room. One woman buys loot from the hunters that bring it in. Another young man sells the basic E to C grade crafted gear like health and mana potions, swords and daggers, as well as amulets and armor that I've crafted to fit the hunter's needs based on the level scans I've been doing these past days. Then, another woman greets people at the door and answers questions in the lobby. An extra floor is built to make the Guildhall 4 stories high. It has been renovated to be my personal office with a large glass wall at the back in front of the same throne I built after the war overlooking the city. The growing community gets into quite the rhythm. With 2 weeks left until Ember's Pod opens up, I head back to the mainland to check out the B-class exams. I call the construction team to have a meeting with me right near the barrier of the Crimson Soul Energy Shield far outside the city, facing in the direction of Sector 1. It's early in the morning, and I've given the elemental elites the morning off again before we train. The team of construction workers look up at me with wide smiles while the prisoners eye the red barrier with a dazed look in their eyes due to the elixir they're under the influence of. I speak up. All right, today we'll be starting Phase 3 of the building project. We'll be expanding the city outward to begin making connections with other settlements in this sector and connect the Crimson City with many major trade and travel routes all over the Dark Continent. While making contact with the outer barrier of the Red Soul Energy force field, I'm able to manipulate it by connecting the red energy to my own supplies. The construction workers all walk through without any resistance. Their gear and building supplies are all in item boxes around their waists. The prisoners all carefully walk through a small hole that I create in the soul energy shielding. Once the last one makes it through, I release my contact from the barrier. The hole shrinks until it's gone, converting right back into its natural solid barrier state, and we get to work. I use earth magic to begin the base structure of a trail out into the desert. Earlier last week, I surveyed the lands and found nearby towns that I see as great routes to make the road near. I won't be making the main trade route within 10 kilometers of any settlement, because I don't want to bring any unwanted foot traffic to them. However, once we're out there, I'll be greeting every town with my Flame Emperor's appearance and give them options. They can come and live in the Crimson City while listing the benefits, or for those that aren't interested in staying in my settlement, I'm giving them the option to come and be trade partners with us instead. If no one in the villages that we make contact with wants anything to do with us, We just won't make connecting roads to their town from the main trade route. If they want their privacy and isolation, they can keep it. It's as simple as that. While I head off into the empty desert, slowly forming a long winding path, a small group of workers follow to add fine details, lighting fixtures for nighttime, and signs that show the distance to the surrounding landmarks in place. A larger group stays behind and works on building up another village outside of the Crimson Barrier. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of the story on Amazon. This consists of many trading posts that will be filled with workers who want to sell and trade their personal gear to outsiders, along with another guild hall that will accept trades buying and selling my crafts and gear directly. Nearby, outside the barrier, there are also plans to have inns, bars, and even a small short-term stay residential area for people to spend the night if they've traveled a long way. It is another large-scale project to work on, and we have 2 weeks to get everything in motion and automated before I leave out of town to attend the B-class exams. We get to work. 7 days pass. I make 2 roads, about 200 kilometers each in 2 directions spreading throughout Sector 2. One of them stretches towards Sector 3 and the other goes off in the direction of Sector 1. The trading posts and visitors' inns have been completed, and the infrastructure is almost as large as the residential area inside the Crimson Barrier. It's definitely going to be necessary too. Making my search diameter over 400 kilometers. I've made contact with 7 villages ranging from populations of 25 to 200. Not a single one declines my offer to connect them to the main trade route via smaller offshooting roads. There are 117 new links of loyalty created through my Rising Emperor's domain, and I've given these individuals transport back to the Crimson City as promised, along with weekly aid and a free place to live in the newest residential housing areas. Most of these new citizens are hunters that are looking for work. The remaining 40% of the Guildhall's orders are filled before these 7 days are even up. I deliver them to Bree, and she tells me she'll have everything ready for me days before the final deadline. She also received word back from Rodrigo and managed to get our 2 false identities registered for the B-class exams. There will be a pickup point assigned in the Bedrock region 1 day before the exams start. Bree says she can source transport crystals linked to a public hub in the Bedrock region for me to use before then, so I let her work out the logistics. The start date of the exams is exactly 3 days after the 30-day deadline for these trade deals. That means once Ember awakes and I've delivered the goods, I have 2 days to get all of my affairs in order before then. It's all working out perfectly. Actually, everything has fallen into place even better than my expectations. But I'm happy to see the orders will be fulfilled now with time to spare. I post new guild offers for the most common items that will most likely be needed for next month's orders, and always accept buying mana crystals, but leave out a lot of the obscure item drops. The mercenary bar's order quantity rises drastically once the guild hall stops accepting certain goods because thanks to my ventures out in the desert, there have been over 500 visitors from the surrounding towns to trade new items. For now, I accept any coin, marked with the Flame Emperor's emblem or not. However, once it's processed through the guild hall, I keep any unmarked currency for myself and always pay out hunters with my own marked coins. Traders from other towns accept that these coins are still made of bronze, silver, and gold. Many return back to their villages with the mark of the Flame Emperor in hand after selling their goods to villagers here. However, far more wealth is being brought into the town than the amount of coins that are leaving. It's not only magical gear, lots of items from the grocery stores that are only found in Solara and the Vice region are being resold to travelers that come by at high prices because of their rarity in this portion of the Dark Continent. The inns outside the barrier need maintenance and attendance, so I appoint managers and workers from the new arrivals that aren't hunters, and they find their place in the city very quickly. A few of the empty storefronts are contracted out to new businesses like pawn shops and cafes, but a majority of them are still empty. There is still far more room to grow. As these days go on, I keep training the elemental elites for about 8 to 10 hours every day. They've gotten to the point where they're able to defeat the 39th floor boss in teams of 3 to 4, and everyone has made it to level 998 to 999. Some talented fighters are even capable of defeating the boss monster solo, but I still don't permit this without my direct supervision. They're all extremely close to ranking up again. Every night after training, I continue to farm the containment stones to collapse dungeons, and fill my inventory with another 29 luminite fragments. Using over 2 trillion more MP from the leftover containment stones, I bring the B-grade dungeon's monsters up to level 915 to 930. The boss monster reaches level 945. It feels like I'm getting closer to the double-ranked up monster goal for this experiment, but the rate at which the dungeon's levels increase is slowing down even more. In addition to this, I drain my soul energy core down to near zero every single day, making the Crimson Barrier far stronger. The reformation of soul energy gets faster every time, and the volume and potency of energy within me continues to rise. Since the first day I started doing this 2 weeks ago, it feels as if my capacity to wield soul energy has risen in strength by over 50%. My flames are burning hotter, denser, and more deadly than ever. I haven't had any opponents to test it out on yet, but it feels as if I would have probably stood a chance against the 43rd floor boss in a one-on-one fight without even using my lifesteal or equivalent exchange. My strength is rising at a steady rate. I stop by Valor City to pick up another 100 chi pills once I've burned through the entire supply monk gave me before. He's surprised at the rate I'm using them, but doesn't question it and gives me another 100, showing that his rate of farming is still faster than the rate at which I'm using them. But I don't think that will be the case for long. The mine is producing between 350 to 400 chi pills per week. 200 is going straight to isolated storage, while the remaining is being used to find a cure for the Lich King's aftermath and training materials for myself and others within the monastery. It is sufficient for now. Every time my soul energy capacity rises, I need more chi and more mana to reform the entirety of the newly grown base. This shouldn't be an issue in the near future, but at some point, I will need even more chi than this if I want to get stronger. To attain exponential growth, this rate of production will not be enough. That aside, I get to witness Monk's treatment of his master again today, and when his eyes open, he manages to sit up and turn his head toward us. The old man is awake for almost a full minute, but doesn't speak more than a few words to preserve his energy. As he rests his head back down and closes his eyes, I nod and turn to Monk. That is definitely progress. Maybe he'll be up and walking on his own in a few weeks. He smiles. I believe so too. When this works, I can have my students in the monastery perform the treatment on the fighters you rescued too. I nod. Perfect. __. Once back in the Crimson City, I make my way down to the bunker beneath the guild hall to check on Ember in the isolation pod. It's been 3 weeks since he entered that pod, meaning over 240 days have passed inside. Less than 9 days remain on the timer at the top of the pod, meaning about 100 more days are left inside. It hums very lightly, and no excess or unique energy signatures come off of it at all. I expected something odd to happen, but no clues at all are shown to the outside. His status shows in my Rising Emperor's domain interface, and even it is unmoving. There aren't even irregular mana, chi, or soul energy fluctuations inside the pod. Whatever Ember is doing in there is a complete mystery to me, and undetectable to all of my senses. With just 9 days left until the trade deals meetings start, and 12 before the B-class exams begin, I still have a lot of work to do to get the Crimson City in a stable position before I go. Chapter 517. Over the next few days, the trade routes continue to expand further into the desert in both directions. The trading posts, inns, shops, and restaurants outside of the Crimson Barrier grow as the construction teams use up all of the remaining supplies available. An outer ring of the city is built for those that do not wish to stay and be under the Flame Emperor's protection. 16 more small villages are connected to the trade route, and over 300 more links of loyalty are created through my Rising Emperor's domain, bringing the total in my interface beyond 500 now. They are all integrated into the town and fit into place exactly where they fit best. Some open shops with foreign goods that they'd like to sell, others farm in the dungeons to collect materials for the guild hall, and some just want a change of pace and reassurance that they're safe. Villages out in the middle of nowhere get raided and pillaged often, so they migrate and seek safer lands frequently. Many come to a larger city when given the option to seek a more stable lifestyle. However, many like the traveling trader's life and just see the Crimson City as another stop on their journey through the Dark Continent. There are an additional 2,000 individual travelers that come by from the surrounding villages to trade. The number of individuals farming the dungeons to make their own stands in the outer village to sell loot increases dramatically. Anything people can sell to the guild hall, they do. My prices to buy loot are far higher than anything any smart buyer would be looking to pay. This is because I am directly crafting it into select items. The raw materials could be bought from traders out of the city for far cheaper and sold to the guild hall for profit. I don't care if residents game the system this way. Everyone makes money, so it's a win-win. The only hunters that have access to the Canyon of Dungeons are those that have sworn their loyalty to me. The entire canyon is inside the Crimson Barrier. So, any overflow being sold in the ring of shops outside the city is mostly money that is coming back into the city to cycle through the economy in many ways in the future. There is still room inside the inner city's residential district for at least 3 times as many people to come, and empty land where more housing can be built. The trade routes haven't even stretched outside of Sector 2 yet, so I foresee even more growth in the future. I place a new 100 platinum order for materials in Vice City to make room for a population that could be 10 to 20 times what I have now. This is the cost of nearly all the 135 platinum profit from the trade deals I'm about to receive. However, it will be worth it. There's no need to hold back in investing in myself. Just from the growth numbers I've seen in the city so far, this will be even more profitable than I first predicted. As more people flow into the village, and my order for materials is processed, I continue farming containment stones and training the elemental elites. With less than 5 days left on the countdown timer on Ember's isolation pod remaining, meaning 4 more days have passed, during a training session, one of the squad leaders finally hits level 1000 and gets the opportunity to rank up. Throughout this day, more and more people hit the level 1000 threshold, and by the end of the day, everyone faces the final boss on the 39th floor enough times to rank up. Dozens of white flashing lights fill the air on this day, and many unique ranked-up buffs come out of it. Many of them are spirit animal energy manifestations and ultimate attack or defense techniques. A few awaken energy forms, but it isn't nearly as common as I thought it would be. I give them all a speech on this night, telling them that they have reached the peak of power that this labyrinth can grant them for now. I've given them the strength and ability so that they can protect themselves and fight on par with monsters from any dungeons or enemies they come across. I want to awaken each of them with chi cores of their own. But the supply is being used up entirely by myself to strengthen the Crimson Barrier and continue the growth of my soul energy, while Monk uses the remains to come up with a treatment for the Lich King's aftermath and continue my teammates' training. We will continue training together, but now you must get used to your new forms. You've all grown far quicker than is naturally possible for most hunters. The state you've reached in just over a month of training is one that only a handful of hunters ever achieve in their lifetimes. There will be another level to reach after this. But for now, I want you to hone your skills, spar, find your unique styles, and learn from each other. You are the elemental elites of the Flame Emperor's army, the strongest fighting force in the entire Dark Continent. I'm sure you all witnessed me fight the Lich King, and my teammates fight the Dark Guards just 1 month ago. That is the level you'll need to get to next. So make sure you're ready when your time has come. We continue to train as usual over the next 2 days, collecting MCP, and I watch them spar with each other to master their new ranked-up forms and abilities. I keep adding mana to the B-grade dungeon, bringing it to level 940 to 950, making the boss room monsters reach up to level 980 sometimes. So close, yet so far. It eats up over 100 full containment stones per new rank now. This dungeon is stronger than the 38th floor in the labyrinth. It has enormous white birds that soar through high mountain peaks and wide open blue skies. It is similar to the 39th floor. 1 out of every 15 spawns has a bird with extreme wind magic, and the element stone it drops is strong enough to withstand a mythic-grade plunderer imbuement. This discovery lets me double my speed of containment stone and luminite farming, bringing the amount of fragments in my item storage above 100, but also clears out almost every rogue dungeon within a 600 kilometers radius of the Crimson City. The only ones I leave be are those very close to villages, as it seems some rely on them for resources, and any of them that are above middle D grade because it takes way too many stones to collapse them to be worth my time. I've been stuck on this same B-grade mountain dungeon for a while. After dozens of stones, it hasn't even become unstable to hint that it'll reach the next stage, so I just start saving up containment stones instead of letting them loose in the dungeon. I want to do it all at once and not risk creating a break that would need more stones than I have available to satisfy and push to the next stage. It isn't until 2 days later, exactly 1 day before Ember's pod will open, and the trade deals are due, that something very unexpected happens. I feel memories of the surveillance body double that watches over the Crimson City send me an instant message. Sir. It's midday with the sun high in the sky, with over 1,100 people below me. About 200 are in the Crimson City inner village, 200 are outside around the outer barrier selling to the 600 travelers from nearby cities doing trade, while roughly 100 people are in the dungeons farming loot. My double senses a very intense energy wave rippling out from the center of the dark continent. It feels familiar, and it isn't until I see the light gray shockwave coming out from the abyss that I realize exactly what it is. It's been a while. That's another surge. Without my all-seeing eye, this wave is invisible, but the sheer size of the wave is impossible to stop. There's nothing I can do but watch. The black wall of fog that is the abyss expands, moving forward about a full 2 kilometers before my eyes, then coming to a halt as the shockwave continues to travel toward the outer edges of the settlement. The abyss is nearby, but luckily far enough away that this kilometer of movement doesn't bring it too close to the city itself, but it is now fairly visible from the Canyon of Dungeons, when before it was just a black speck on the horizon. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. My double watches the invisible gray wave move through hundreds of unsuspecting people surrounding the city, but it doesn't affect them at all. No one notices it, even as it collides with the Crimson Barrier. I watch the red dome ripple, and my eyes widen as the gray shockwave moves through it, not slowing down at all. It flows out the other side almost like nothing at all was in its way. The surge travels far off way into the desert. I'm sure the same exact gray shockwave is headed toward the 8 great nations. I wonder to myself if this is what happened in the past surges, and if whatever this is can possibly cause dungeons to break and so much panic to ensue. However, before I can fully formulate this thought, my gaze falls down onto the Canyon of Dungeons, and I sense many irregular mana readings down below me. Even my science experiment, the B-grade dungeon, is starting to fluctuate and show very odd readings after the gray pulse of energy passes through it. My double dives down through the Crimson Barrier and into the dungeons to watch my other double, that is usually standing watch in this canyon, jump into a glowing red portal. It scans through all of the dungeons in the area, and over 20 of them have started to break. At this, the memories stop. This is when my double kills itself to send me the message. I speak up, talking to all of the elemental elites that I'm training using my telepathy throughout the entire dungeon. We have a new mission to deal with. There is trouble in the city. I'm going to separate all of you into groups to make sure no monsters get out of the dungeons I leave you in. Whatever you do, do not kill the boss monster, and protect any hunters inside the dungeons if these monsters are out of their league. If they can handle them, let them fight. I don't want anyone to miss out on unique loot that is only available during breaks. This is a surge, usually a catastrophe, but will make it into a profitable and enjoyable event for all. Keep killing mutants, protecting the boss rooms from anyone trying to challenge them, and keep the public safe until I come by your selected dungeon with the means to stop the break. We do not have to destroy these dungeons, just neutralize the threat. They all understand the assignment, and I dungeon walk groups of 1 to 2 into the canyon. They all fill their roles instantly, and get to work protecting the EC-grade dungeons that are breaking all throughout the canyon. Many hunters are farming inside these already, and the elemental elites explain to them what is going on, offering escorts to lower-level breaks if they wish, or offer a hand in fighting these monsters if the hunters present have the skills to defeat them. This is a chance for them to use the teachings I've given them and apply them to help others directly. Once I teleport all of them out of the labyrinth and into dungeons, I dungeon walk to the B-grade breakdown at the deepest point in the canyon. Once I get inside, what I see is far more dangerous than I expected, but at the same time very exciting. Over double the normal amount of monsters are in this dungeon. I instantly sense 31 pure white birds flying through the air. They're all boss level rated or higher. The creatures range from level 980 to 990, and the best part is that every single one of them has extreme wind magic that ripples off them. I grin and grip my Flame Emperor's blade while dungeon walking to each of them and slicing them in half. Each time I do, an element stone drops into my storage, and almost instantly, another one spawns in its place on the far edge of the dungeon. This surge has supercharged many dungeons, and has given me the opportunity to farm the exact resource that I need. It takes time for the birds to dissolve, but hardly takes any for me to continuously dungeon walk to their new places and farm more stones from these near-a-grade mutants. Roughly 30 stones can be farmed every 5 minutes, and it feels as if there's an endless stream. I constantly check on the other dungeon breaks that are nearby being protected by the elites, and find they're carrying out my orders perfectly. Hunters have been moved to dungeons that are too powerful for them, and word has spread even outside that a surge is here, but it is somehow under control. All off-duty hunters selling loot in the outer city that are able to cross the Crimson Barrier do so, and my body double vets them to enter certain dungeons. These dungeons are breaking because of excess mana injected into them from the surge. My theory to turn them back to normal would be to take that excess energy out. An easy way would be to allow a Plunderer-imbued element stone loose inside one. The higher-grade dungeons may need more than one to do the trick. However, I want to give the hunters in the surrounding area some time to capitalize on this gold mine. I even create another double to replace my surveillance double to go and farm some of the mutant monsters to get some of the unique loot for myself. I'll let everyone get their fair share before doing my first test on a dungeon to neutralize it. This gives me even more time to farm in the B-grade break. About an hour and a half passes and I've farmed over 500 extreme grade wind magic stones. My double even manages to kill a mutant with a skill I don't have yet, transferring it to my main body and upgrading it to Blink. Mythic grade. It's a very odd skill, similar to my stealth ability but with a twist. To activate, the monster has to make eye contact with their opponent, and from then on it will be invisible to its enemy every time it closes its eyes. There are some obvious limitations, like having to be a higher mana control than the opponent for it to work properly. However, it is an intriguing power of deception. Many hunters have found the dungeons with the most unique loot, and gotten what they need while fighting to their limit and leaving the dungeons already to be the first to sell them to traders that aren't able to enter the Crimson Barrier. During all of this, there were even 14 more links of loyalty formed. These were rogue hunters that on the spot declared their loyalty while looking at the opportunity in front of them and decided to join the inner city and put their trust in me just to get through the Crimson Barrier. They reap the rewards and are able to farm in the dungeons. Others see this and think they can try it themselves. Those without pure intentions or full trust in me as their leader do not form a link with my ranked-up buff, and are unable to pass through. I have Guildhall workers on standby at booths in the outer city ring that supply mythic-grade regeneration potions to those that accidentally injure themselves trying to go through the barrier. Once the traffic starts to settle down, I imbue a few of my new element stones with plunder and create new containment stones with roughly the same 7 to 8 billion MP allowances. My double brings them to the E-grade breaks first, and makes sure everyone clears out before letting the stones out of my storage. In the emptied breaks, these stones drain the excess mana away, and bring them back down to their natural state in a single stone. Many hunters go back in after the neutralizing is complete to witness the massive hole in the dungeon center, but I make sure to tell the elemental elites what to say, and they reassure regular hunters that the dungeons will naturally regenerate given enough time. My double continues to neutralize the dungeons one by one with the containment stones as my main body continues to farm for more in the B-grade break over the next hour and a half straight. I leave the most popular breaks for last so that hunters can get all the resources they want. The D-grade dungeons take up to 5 to 10 stones to neutralize, and some of the mid-level and high-grade C-grade dungeons even take 30 to 50. I farmed over 1,000 windstones, so this is perfect. By the time every break is neutralized, and all of the dungeons are back to their normal state, I have 600 new full containment stones in my inventory, and just under 500 raw element stones still waiting to be imbued. The massive wind element birds in the B-grade dungeon dive bomb toward the glowing red exit portal every time they respawn. If I was not in here constantly farming them, they would escape out into the real world and cause havoc. The stones in this dungeon are a valuable resource, but this is a dangerous dungeon to keep so close to the city at this unstable state. I need to stabilize it before something unpredictable happens. Outside, the crowds of traders and hunters celebrate their loot and harvest, while my double tells the elemental elites they've earned a night off after all the hard work. My main body stays in the B-grade dungeon break for another 6 hours until I'm satisfied with the number of stones I've farmed. Over 2,500 fresh element stones are farmed, while 600 are still full to the brim with 7 to 8 billion MP each. I task my body double to go out to C-grade dungeons in the desert that I passed on collapsing in the past and give them newly crafted containment stones from these 2,500 to fill with mana. As the sun goes down on the final day before Ember is scheduled to wake up in the morning, my doubles fill almost every single stone they can. About 700 are left uncrafted in their natural element state, while 1,800 more are turned into full containment stones, adding to the 600 total and making 2,400 full stones, ready to release over 18 trillion MP. I whisper to myself, I guess it's now or never. This should be enough. Once I have these ready, I begin releasing their mana into the B-grade dungeon. After about 300 stones, the monster type changes again, making the birds disappear and a new level elite scorpion-like monster form in a new dungeon. Some are level 950 to 965 in their base state, but others reach up to level 995 in their mutant form. I use the exit portal to walk outside, expecting for it to be stable after the new rank up, but to my surprise, the spinning portal is still bright red. I jump back in and start defending the exit from dozens of massive creatures that are programmed to leave this dungeon by any means necessary. Not good. I decide to release even more full containment stones into the dungeon to try and bring it up in rank again to stabilize it further. Over 2 hours pass. I set off chain reactions of dozens of stones at a time, protecting myself within a soul energy shielding barrier at the far edges of the dungeon near the exit to release more mana inside. It takes another 500 stones to make the dungeon move up in rank again. The creatures are all aquatic, with long bodies and sharp teeth, with their base forms ranging from level 970 to 985. Some mutants hit level 999. However, they're all aggressively hardwired to leave the dungeon too. The portal is still bright red. I don't dare challenge the boss room because I'm almost positive it would destroy the whole dungeon once defeated. My plan is to continue charging this dungeon higher. I'm so close to my goal of level 1000 monsters, I might as well use the rest of the stones to try and reach it. If this dungeon actually stays unstable forever, I'll have a double stand by and farm it while standing guard. However, if it is really a lost cause and seems too dangerous to keep in the canyon, I'll take out the boss and end things here. I have a feeling there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm almost there. It takes another 4 hours and 1,100 stones before the dungeon finally hits its new rank. As I watch the mutant sea creatures fade away and a new dungeon begin to form, the outer edges of my perception begin to shrink in toward me. The dungeon itself feels like it's getting smaller, and the coloring and artificial sky and floor start to fade away until I'm only left floating in a small sphere of white and blue pure system energy. A single blue text box hovers in front of my eyes. Create a labyrinth. Yes. No. Chapter 518. So this is why I've never seen an A-grade dungeon. The same system text floats in front of my eyes. Create a labyrinth. Yes. No. The possibility of a whole new type of farming comes into my mind. If the creation of a labyrinth spawns demons and dragons, and this process is possible to replicate, I could find a place to farm demon cores with minimal effort. All it would take is a few hundred containment stones worth of mana to bring dungeons up to a high B-grade rating. Then, between rank-up stages, the dungeons produce their own high-grade element stones that I can craft into containment items. The only issue would be finding more dungeons to drain mana from, but I haven't even traveled outside of Sector 2 for rogue dungeons yet, so I'm sure there's more than enough to go around. I stare at the blue text that floats in the air, attempting to scan the rest of the dungeon I'm in, but no other defining factors show up in my mind's eye. There are no other options than yes or no, so after a few minutes of thinking and waiting, I decide to choose yes and see what happens. The text box pulses and disappears, Then another one comes into view right where it left. Choose Labyrinth type. There is a list of options below it with detailed descriptions and 3D holographic scans. The top option is one I'm very familiar with, showing stacked dungeons with boss room floors every 20 stages. After the 40th floor, there are only boss rooms on every floor and it stops on floor 60. The next option below it has no boss rooms at all. It's 100 floors with only one final boss room at the top. The third option is a 30-floor labyrinth with boss rooms on every floor starting from floor 1. As I scroll down the list further, more variations of these show up. Some with 40 floors and a boss room every 10, others with 15 and 2 bosses guarding each floor. Once I get to the bottom of the list, I've seen every possible variation that I can get, but there still isn't any explanation for what kind of monsters will be on each floor or how strong they'll be. From what I've seen in labyrinths in the past, every one of them has a floor boss every 20 floors. The only labyrinth large enough for me to reach past the 40th floor has been the Vice City Labyrinth. It is either a major coincidence, or these labyrinths that spawn naturally always end up choosing the first default option. It would be the safe bet to choose the first and I would know exactly what I'm getting myself into, but the second option, a 100-floor labyrinth, looks like the most profitable option for me. The potential for new monsters with unique skills to farm, and possibly higher A-grade floors with infinite respawning monsters, is more so what I'm after rather than having cool boss rooms that lock up and don't let me re-challenge them. After scrolling through the list for a few more minutes, I let out a sigh and choose it, whispering to myself, if I don't like this option, I can always collapse it and make another one. Then, more text boxes appear in front of my eyes. Input Floor Creation Catalyst 1/100. Go back to Labyrinth Options. It wants me to input items to create the floors and even gives me the option to go back to the main list. That must be for the off chance that I don't have enough material to create what it needs. I choose Go back to Labyrinth Options, out of curiosity, and sift through a few of the other options. The other options with fewer floors take exactly the amount of this creation catalyst relative to their number of floors. The labyrinth I've set my sights on has the most floors, so it is the most expensive one on the entire list. I scroll back to the 100-floor option and stare at Input Floor Creation Catalyst 1/100 in bright blue text. I have a pretty good idea what this mystery creation catalyst is, so I plunge a hand into my item storage and pull out a single fragment of luminite. This better not go to waste. I move my hand forward with the delicate white crystal in hand, and to my surprise in this unique environment, it doesn't dissolve or crack at all. The crystal holds its form until it disappears into the blue text. Input Floor Creation Catalyst 2/100. Knew it! I smile as this makes sense. To create dungeons within this system, they can't just spawn out of thin air. There needs to be enough mana in a confined space and the right ingredients to craft them. One by one, I shovel more luminite into the system text, leaving only a handful left in my item storage, but I feel as though this is worth it to see what happens in the end. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. Once the text hits 100/100, it disappears again and another blue box appears. Labyrinth Creator J. Soju. Type 100 Floor Tower. Floors available 26/100. Exclamation point. More mana necessary to unlock higher floors. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Invite humans to your labyrinth and grow in power. Exclamation point. More text flashes across my vision, then disappears, leaving me with another 2 options. Become Labyrinth Guardian. Spawn Random Guardian. Again, I think over the options carefully, but decide to pick Spawn Random Guardian. The thought of being stuck inside a labyrinth as its guardian doesn't seem like something I'd want to do. Seeing what kind of random selection this system gives me is a better option. Once I click it, I expect another random text box to show up in my face, but it doesn't. The text disappears and I'm left floating in the blue and white sphere of pure mana for a full minute before anything happens. The room starts to expand outward, and a grassland dungeon with level 5 to 10 goblins starts to materialize in front of me. As soon as it's complete, white light flashes in front of my eyes, and I'm brought to another small blue and white sphere-shaped room. It expands outward after a full minute as well, eventually creating a swamp-like dungeon with level 20 to 30 frog creatures. I'm teleported back to the blue and white sphere-shaped room once the dungeon is complete. Again and again, the floors are created before my eyes and I'm brought to the next one with magic that feels just like a teleportation crystal. This process takes over a full hour before I get to the final monster spawning dungeon. Floor 25. The lava-filled volcanic landscape filled with level 560 to 580 ranked-up lizardmen with fire magic, wielding swords and axes, disappear to bring me to the 26th. This floor is completely empty. A blue system text box hovers in the air at the top of this dungeon written in system text I'm sure only the labyrinth owner is able to see. Mana necessary to create next floor, 2.453T/3T. So this is how it works. As the labyrinth grows, absorbing more mana, it will build more floors below this boss room. All of the mana from a single A-grade dungeon was dispersed to create the lower floors. However, the higher grade the floors become, the more mana is necessary to make them. It appears that low to middle B-grade floors will be about 3 trillion MP each to create. My assumption is the stronger floors will require significantly more energy the higher I go up. So interesting. I walk forward and take in the sight of the final boss room that will be the final line of defense in this dungeon. It's large and looks like a rocky cave. In the back of this dungeon, I feel 2 living beings. One of them is hibernating in a small brown egg-shaped stone, and the other is 3 meters tall, muscular with dark red skin, white eyes, and dark black horns jutting from its forehead. A level 623 demon with an archdemon's core and 2 skills makes eye contact with me from the back of the room and teleports in front of me as I look at his skills. Body double, legendary grade. Dungeon walker, legendary grade. It pulls a long enchanted silver sword from its back and swings it down on me without saying a word. I wait until the very last second to smile and turn to look the demon in the eyes and stop its blade with the tip of my index finger, sending it flying backward hundreds of meters from the impact. I dungeon walk over to it and tap it with my index finger again, stopping its momentum to push it down into the rocky ground before it can even hit the back wall of the dungeon. As it slams into the hard rock ground, it dungeon walks away again, and I follow it, not missing a beat. I could easily kill this monster and take its core without breaking a sweat, but I'm impressed with the way it fights, and if I'm going to be the owner of a labyrinth, this would be exactly the kind of security guard I want on hand. Having mythic grade body double and dungeon walker would be very beneficial too, but I see a longer-term goal here that could be far more profitable than destroying my month-long project right now. A demon that fights and aims to kill an intruder without question. That's who I want on my side. However, I want to test it a bit more and give myself assurances this creature can't turn on me. No matter how many times I beat it down, the demon continues to come at me with everything it has. I start moving my attacks closer to its vital areas, aiming for the heart and head. Of course, I'm just testing it and not even using soul energy, but I'm increasing my intensity and could actually kill this creature if it doesn't keep up with my movements. A full minute goes by, and the boss room is decimated with rock holes and the demon itself is bleeding all over and torn to shreds from the impact. It hasn't said a word, and continues to fight for its life, protecting this labyrinth with everything it has. Once I slam it down on the ground again, my absorption skill's special perk notification rings, telling me the monster has fallen below 5% HP. I choose Dungeon Walker and the process of stealing and creating a skill orb follows. Once the system lights and soul energy clear, the demon still tries to fight back even as its skill falls into my item storage. I finally speak up and reach into my storage to throw the defeated demon a bright green regeneration potion. Catch. You fought well. If we were the same strength, maybe you would have given me a bit of trouble, but there's only so much you can do against an opponent almost 4 times your level. Its eyes widen and it catches the potion. Drink it. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. I'm the creator of this labyrinth after all. It wouldn't be wise for me to waste all this time and mana for nothing. The demon tries to activate a skill, but nothing happens. It looks around to see its sword 10 meters away on the rocky floor, then back to me. I took your Dungeon Walker skill, it's just a safety precaution of mine. I don't want you moving around to other nearby dungeons. I don't know how you'd manage it, but I've met some very annoying demons that have left their labyrinths before. It still doesn't say a word, so I activate my intimidation skill just slightly and stare into its gaze, showing that I too have the white eyes of a demon. Drink it, or I kill you and your dragon right now. I stare over to the stone-colored egg at the back of the room, then back to the demon, and it finally drinks the green liquid. The slashes, bruises, and scars all over its body heal, and it stands to its feet with a confused expression. I use telekinesis to give the demon its silver sword back, then speak again. I'm going to be doing some experiments in this labyrinth for a while, so it would be best if we get along. You pledge your loyalty to me, and in return, I grow this labyrinth to 100 floors, and I'll even give you any skill you want back except for the one I just stole to make sure you stay put. The demon's eyes widen, and I finally hear its voice. You have the ability to take away and grant skills. I thought that power was only a myth. It points its sword forward at me again and takes a step back, then opens its status with its other hand. My eyes lock onto it, and instead of blue text like mine, all of the lettering is black with hints of purple and dark blue flickering in it. I've never seen a demon open its status before, but that coloring wasn't what I was expecting. Before I can look at it for long, the creature closes it and looks back at me. It seems you can take away skills. You're telling the truth. What nation are you from back in the demonic realm? Which lord do you serve that lets demons freely roam in the human world to gain enough power to summon their own labyrinth? This makes no sense. It shouldn't be possible. Please tell me, who are you? We're left in silence for a moment. My words and actions may not make sense to him, but his words make even less sense to me. I respond with a curious look on my face. Your assumptions aren't all correct. However, who I am doesn't matter right now. I have some questions for you. Where you've come from and this so-called myth about my ability are more important. Chapter 519. The demon stares straight ahead at me with a confused look. I'm from the Central Kingdom. More specifically, the realm capital now run by the lords of the 5 remaining nations. I'm serving my sentence by being contracted out as a labyrinth guardian in the human world. If I grow my labyrinth to its maximum potential and bring its stored mana back to the demonic realm, I'll be free. I'm not sure where else I'd come from, or why else I'd agree to become the guardian of this place. Isn't it obvious? I nod slowly and step forward with my arms crossed. Right? Obviously. I stop and pause for a moment, thinking about how this demon, and even other demonic creatures and monsters, have all mistaken me for a demon before too. It's very odd. Even though I have demon cores, I've seen monsters and humans have cores before too, and it's not like I easily mistake them for demons. I'm still not sure why, but I'll take advantage of this if it puts the creature in front of me more at ease. So this myth, the one about a power that allows someone to steal and grant skills. What do you know about it? The demon eyes me curiously, then shrugs. I don't know much. It's not like I was alive during ancient times. I know just as much as any other demon in the capital. It's a story, well, more like a myth told between fledgling and even greater demons that seek more skills and more power when they're just starting out. Some demons say there was once a demon lord that could manipulate the system as easily as breathing. He could just look at you and increase your power from that of a newly born demon to a peak archdemon in the blink of an eye. He could grant you any skill you wish and take it away too. It's not a real demonic ability, just an ancient rumor. The red-skinned demon lets out a sigh and looks at me with his white glowing eyes. See? Just a child's fantasy. As a peak-tier archdemon yourself, someone who has conquered their own labyrinth and lives free with your dragon, you know what power is. Whatever trick you've used to lock my teleportation skill is very convincing, but it will come back in time. The demon laughs. I'm not gullible enough to fall for your tricks, even if you are leagues above me in strength. You know the rules of the system cannot be changed. I stare back into its eyes. Well, then I guess we just disagree. I believe there's much more to the system than meets the eye. It's not that I blindly believe this. It's that I've seen it happen, and I'm the one that makes these feats come true. Ever since Qi was introduced into the mix, the capabilities of the system have been changing. I'm able to move in and outside of the lines of pure mana-powered reason to use my skills to a capacity that shouldn't be possible by normal means. The demon laughs again, stepping back and shaking its head. You really are from outside the capital, aren't you? I heard that some rebels in the outer nations were acting up because of some phenomenon happening in the human world. There must be a lot of mana up for grabs lately. What's going on out there? I shrug and reply, seeing no reason not to tell him the truth. Maybe it's because of the new throne awakening. Most of the large-scale mana fluctuations have been because of that. It's the main reason I was able to create this labyrinth on such short notice, actually. Once I turn back to the demon, its expression completely changes. Instead of the nonchalant, easygoing, curious, and almost bored attitude it was showing me before, the creature's eyes widen in shock. You mean the next demon lord will be chosen here on the human world? I smile. Looks like it. Why is that so shocking? Well, it's not, or at least it shouldn't be. Sometimes the thrones do spawn off-world, but it's just not very common. Usually they appear near the capital. At least all of the ones logged in history books I've read have been nearby. I had just hoped that I would get to see one form in my lifetime once my time building a labyrinth was up. It looks like that won't be the case, unless I live long enough to see the next one. I've always wanted to witness the true pinnacle of power, but I've never seen a demon lord with my own two eyes. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. He sighs, but I reply quickly. Well, that brings us full circle. If you will truly be free once this labyrinth has hit its maximum floor, then we both have a common goal. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will help you grow this labyrinth to 100 floors. Work with me, and one day you'll see a demon lord in the flesh. I guarantee it. I put out a hand for the red-skinned creature to shake, but it takes a step back. I can't. If you're really a rebel from an outer nation, just being in contact with you could get me banished from living in the capital once I return. Submitting loyalty to you before completing my duty is a whole new level of disobedience to my superiors. My entire bloodline could be wiped clean from the demonic realm for committing a deed like that. I tighten my gaze, then put my hand back down to my side. This demon knows I have the power to kill it on the spot, and we both have the same goals in mind. It even witnessed me take a skill from its status like a myth it heard from its younger years. Yet there is someone or something it fears disobeying over me. I move forward to it and place a hand on its shoulder, then point to the ceiling of this boss room where the labyrinth system details are visible to me. You can see that, right? Floors available. 26 out of 100. Mana necessary to create next floor. 2.453T/3T. As it nods, I dungeon walk us to the volcanic floor filled with lizardmen below us, and let about 75 containment stones filled with 7 to 8 billion MP inside each of them out and place them in the center of the dungeon. Watch closely. I send a mana blade into the center of the glowing pile and dungeon walk us to the far side of this dungeon, while putting up a dense red soul energy barrier to protect us from the high-powered blast of energy worth over 500 billion MP. Rock, lava, loud noises, and violent swirling energy fill the entire dungeon. But both of us watch from within my soul energy barrier unharmed, while the energy settles and dissolves into the dungeon. Over half of the dungeon mass is decimated. But that doesn't stop the labyrinth from marking that energy has been added to it and brings us into the blue and white sphere-shaped room to transition into creating another floor. A few minutes pass and a new floor with level 590 to 610 tortoise monsters in a hot desert forms. I can sense about 60 of them. Most have body hardening skills, but every 30 or so have an extreme earth summoning ability and are 10 to 15 levels higher than the others. I dungeon walk us back into the cold and dark cave-like boss room that now sits on the floor above this one. We look at the ceiling again. Floors available. 27 out of 100. Mana necessary to create next floor. 0.058T/3.5T. The demon stares at the reading for a moment, then back at me. So you do have the means to grow this labyrinth. I nod. I can give you any skill you desire as well. I'm not lying about this. However, there's a good chance I'll kill you if you decline. It stares at me with a puzzled look on its face for over 10 seconds before responding. Your words confuse me. I can't submit to you. You of all demons should know why. Forming a new loyalty contract would nullify the one I have activated now. Meaning this labyrinth's guardian would cease to be. Once it has reached its peak, I'll be able to fulfill my duty back in the demonic realm and leave to form a contract with you if you can truly follow through with your promise to grow this labyrinth. I'm thrown off by its response, but my lie detector skill only senses truth coming off of the demon before me. It really cannot break whatever labyrinth contract it created in the demon world, and for the sake of keeping my human identity hidden, I put out a hand to shake and decide to leave while I'm still ahead. Fine. I bring this labyrinth to 100 floors, and in return you submit your loyalty once it's hit its peak. The demon grabs my hand and responds in a sarcastic tone. Don't forget my skill and that meeting with a demon lord you promised to. I nod and shake his hand. Of course, I assumed that was already part of our agreement. We both step back from each other and he speaks. Well, good. You are quite the odd one. Usually a peak-form archdemon wouldn't ever talk with an unawakened like me. I'm Pluto, by the way. What's your name? I respond. If you really care to find my real name, I'm sure you can see it digging through the labyrinth information. However, you can call me the Flame Emperor. I ignite my body in fire, heating up the entire boss room instantly and leaving him with a final goodbye. Protect this place with your life. I'll be back to add more floors after I attend some business in the human world. Nice meeting you. I'll have more questions once I return. The demon's confusion about the entire situation only grows as it sees this fire magic being used. I don't wait around to hear its response. I just dungeon walk to the first floor of the labyrinth and step out into the Canyon of Dungeons. I look back at the spinning green labyrinth portal, then immediately cover up any entrances to this portion of the cave with earth magic and leave my body double that watches over the canyon with a quick recap of what happened via telepathy. I take the slow and old-fashioned way of travel back to the town, walking on the stone pathway as the early morning sun rises. Today, I'll be attending a few meetings with some regional and sector leaders to fulfill their item orders. I'm excited to meet some new powerful people and get paid the remaining 75% of the order value. Before that, I need to make a stop at the guild hall. According to the energy readings I'm sensing right now, the isolation pod in the underground bunker is already open, and Ember is wide awake. Chapter 520. Once I walk through the guild hall doors, I see Ember and my body double both sitting down on the new furniture, talking to each other. My double has a concealment disguise on and looks like a random citizen, while Ember just looks like his normal self. There are hardly any other hunters in the guild hall yet. Only a few are here buying some gear and potions early in the morning before their farming expeditions begin, but the two are off in a portion of the lobby isolated by themselves. Ember looks up at me as I approach and sit down in the seating area they're relaxing in, and he speaks up first. I can feel our soul energy capacity and potency have increased by almost double what it was. Emptying and regenerating your core must have taken an immense amount of chi, but from the barrier I feel around us, it seems that expelled energy didn't go to waste. The population of this city has grown almost 5 times since I went under. It seems those young warriors you were training have managed to hit their second rank up too. Overall, very impressive. I nod, but he adds on before I reply. There was also a labyrinth created. The high-grade dungeon below the others in that canyon is no more, so I assume you overcharged it and well. He thinks to himself for a moment. Actually, I'm not sure how exactly it happened based on the rate of containment stones farmed from those minotaurs. That wouldn't be nearly enough to... Wait. More gears are turning behind Ember's eyes, and he figures out exactly what happened. It must have been another surge from the throne. That's what triggered this. I smile and nod. Very perceptive as usual. I plan to work with the demon inside and grow it to 100 floors. Ember shrugs. Good trade. All demons want is to grow their labyrinths. As long as you make it easier for them to do so, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Well, that is until they're free, then they can be a pain. Ember looks up to the ceiling like he's remembering something while speaking that last sentence, but I changed the topic. So, a year inside the isolation pod. I assume because of your positive attitude this means it was a success? You managed to create the concealment item we need to suppress soul energy. Ember nods. Oh yeah, we're set. Creating the items was the easy part. It took me less than an hour to get them both done. I raise an eyebrow. What? What do you mean? What was that year of time inside all for then? Ember stands up from the white couch he's sitting on, stretches his arms, and looks around before replying in a low tone. Well, just because it only took an hour doesn't mean it wasn't one of the hardest things I've ever pulled off. A mere level 2000 channeling divine energy. Maybe you'll understand how impressive it was one day. I had to go into full hibernation for a year to recover from that. He keeps stretching, then stares at me as I stand up from the couch across from him and grins. But damn, I do feel pretty good now after that nap. He lets out a satisfied sigh while putting his arms down and continues. So, your double filled me in on everything we have to do now. Meetings with the regional directors and sector leaders today, then head off to the meeting point to get into the B-class exams in 2 days. Then, a day later, they begin. I nod. Exactly. In that case, I think we should activate the items now. It's going to take a bit of practice to get fully used to them. The longer it's on, the better. Might as well take them for a test run now. Ember lifts a finger, and the air around it ripples like something is coming out of it, then stops moving. He looks at the top of his finger like there's something there, but I can't see or sense a thing. Next, he brings his finger to his forehead, and before my eyes, all traces of his soul energy and even mana control disappear entirely. I boost my perception skills to the max, confused at the sight I'm seeing, but no matter how hard I try, nothing happens. He looks like an ordinary human, not even a drop of mana in him. He doesn't even look like he's an awakened. My inspect and appraisal skills don't show any readings. His status is gone. It's like he's become a ghost. The only thing that breaks this illusion for me is the fact that his name and geopoint in my Rising Emperor's domain still show him to be the same level as me with all his stats and skills intact. What just happened? Ember smirks. Watch, it gets better. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. His eyes glow red, and I witness the mana control grow in his body. In a matter of seconds, he begins to give off the energy readings of a level 250 hunter, then a level 500 hunter to a 1000, then fully reveals his full mana control before my eyes for a split second. My inspect and appraisal readings of him return, and I can see his full stats once he shows me them. No soul energy at all was visible to me when he did this, then he brings himself back down to the levels of an average level 500 hunter. Flickers of pure chi start to form in his hand that rests by his side. Then it shifts and changes into pure soul energy, but is only visible outside of his body. I can't see anything that is happening on the inside. It's like there is an impenetrable facade that makes him look like he is just a mana wielder that has recently ranked up for the first time. He watches my surprised expression and replies with an explanation. It's a divine limiter. Temporary, maybe 30 days at most before the barrier begins to naturally decay. But it is close to impossible to perceive for mortals in the human world. To even dream of seeing through it, you'll have to get soul energy 100 times stronger, or have divine energy of your own. Believe it or not, the Lich King could have seen through this disguise. He chuckles. Not because that monster is stronger than you or anything, it is merely because of its past as a wielder of divine energy. It's not exactly something you can lose once you die. Ember lifts the same finger and points it toward me. That's beside the point. If we're going to spy on the so-called sun god in these exams, we have nothing to worry about. There is no divine beast with that title or ability. If it is soul energy we're trying to conceal, this will be the perfect cloak. Shall I activate yours? We need to start getting to those trade meetings soon. Don't we? I nod, still not sure what this item is, but trust that whatever Ember has created is safe to try. Do it. He pushes his finger forward, with seemingly nothing on it, toward my forehead, but it stops less than a millimeter from my skin. Ember brings his finger back, and the instant it does, I feel absolutely nothing. I look around in the early morning silence of the guild hall but feel no different. I look down at my body, and I feel exactly the same. However, from the wide grin on Ember's face and the shocked expression of my body double, I know something has drastically changed. Ember speaks. Use your all-seeing eye. Look at yourself from the outside in. It may feel like nothing has changed for you, but the energy you're radiating out into the world has now been altered. Confused, I do as he says and scan my surroundings, attempting to feel my own energy. But the only energy I feel is the energy beneath the invisible, infinitely small layer above my skin. From an outside perspective, I really do just look and feel like an ordinary unawakened human. This is so odd. Ember and my double sit in silence and watch me continue to look at myself all over for almost a full minute. No, this is so awesome. A wide smile forms across my face as I realize that this kind of concealment is leagues above anything I can naturally create. While it doesn't change any physical features or numbers on my status, I can just fix that with my concealment skills and items. Even the magic gear that I hold stays under this divine limiter. However, I still can't figure out how to shift the perceived mana control like Ember did moments ago. I'm able to summon mana and soul energy into existence like normal, even create shielding too. Nothing has changed in my actual power, but anyone with any level of perception looking in can tell that something is seriously off. It looks like an unawakened is summoning extremely high-level magic out of thin air. The difference in power is concerning, and doesn't look like it should be physically possible. I need to learn how to shift the mana control output like you did. Right now, this looks even more suspicious than going in and trying to hide my true power naturally. Ember laughs to himself and points to the door. You're right, it doesn't look good at all yet. I told you it would take some getting used to. 2 days should be enough to teach you how it works. Come on. Let's head off to the trade deals, we don't have time to waste. I let out a sigh. Couldn't this have waited until after? Ember shakes his head. We're visiting a lot of unknown regions today. It's best we prepare for the worst. Never know who will be waiting to meet us. Plus, like I told you before, it takes time to control this limiter. The longer you have it activated before actually having to use it, the better. I nod and walk out the door with Ember after waving my double goodbye. Yeah, good point. I think to myself for a moment, and come up with an idea as to how I'll cover my lack of mana control once I get to the Galeheart Tower. Alright, I have a plan. Let's go pick up the rest of the finished orders from Bree. I crush a transport crystal to Bree's bunker with my hand on Ember's shoulder, and we go up to meet her in her office setting up shop for the day. She doesn't perceive us coming, and is startled at first, but deduces it is the new concealment item that Ember mentioned last month when we were all together and is very impressed. Ember shows her how it changes the perceived mana control, but does not explain any of the details on how it actually works. She approves. Fools me. I have quite the keen eye and I can't see through it at all. She hands me the remainder of the goods that she's been crafting this week that settles all of the orders. And I leave telling her to prepare for more because I'll be working on getting next month's orders processed and automated before I leave for the B-class exams. Next, I use another teleportation crystal and it brings us to the Galeheart Tower. Standing in the lobby, Lith is waiting for us in a new gray and blue suit with his blonde hair combed back and a bright white smile on his face. I walk over to him while pulling an assortment of labeled item boxes out of my item storage and setting them down on the lobby's desk beside him. There's Sector 1's order delivered right on time. Lith motions for one of the guards at the back of the room to sort, count, and distribute the delivered orders. He then nods and gives me an item box back in return. Good to see you're on time and have delivered without fail. I trust that everything is there. Here is the payment for the remaining 75%, plus the 25% down payment for next month's orders, and a new list of goods I'd like to have crafted for Sector 1. It's over double the volume of last month. I predict many clients will be doing the same, so prepare your team for more. I accept the item box and put it into my storage for later, then pull out a large black suit of armor from my storage. It's one from the top of the loot tower from the Lich King earlier this month. The old Sector 2 leader always wore one of these. Even though they know I'm a new business connect, I might as well keep up appearances. In reality, I want to wear this concealment armor so it doesn't look overly suspicious that my mana control is not perceivable. I know I wouldn't trust an unawakened to deal with magic items, so I don't expect anyone else to. Even if someone has the capability to see through the black armor, the lack of mana control will look more like a second layer of security that they can't crack and will only add to my prestige rather than if they just tried to appraise me without the armor on. However, even if no one can see through the concealment armor, I think it looks very professional to meet them in a recognizable Dark Continent disguise like this. I use a small portion of my blood and imbue the set with it to create a bond. Then step inside and the black armor fits around all of my gear very comfortably and naturally. Ember nods. Good idea. Lith replies too. You're right. Meeting the directors like that is probably best. They agree, but for entirely different reasons. He thinks to himself for a moment, then pulls out 5 teleport crystals. Well, let's get to it. We have Sector 3 and 4 on the list first. Then we'll head over to the Bedrock and Talton regions. Finally, our last stop will be the Vice region. Ready to go.